And we are live. Sorry, guys, for a bit of a delay. Just I got sort of delayed a bit over. My sister called when I was at Dad's place. We had to talk about a few things. That took a bit longer than I expected. Then I had to go and do some shopping, and I just managed to get back a few minutes ago. So, gosh, still sweating a bit. I've just been running around like a bloody chook with my head cut off. I'm back. Well, how are you, my dear? That's good. Yes, it is good to be back. Out of the gulag, the chains are off. Yes, yes. I'm back. Back and humorous. Well, partially. And the humorous reason is, my dear, is that not only did they take the strike away, but they took the warning away that I had years ago. I think somebody's worried at Google. I think Larry is worried that he may be trumped. Couldn't happen to a lovelier person. Him and Harari are just the same, you know. Humans are not required. We've got AI to take over, and we will be uploaded. We will become AI gods. Yes, delusional, both of them. Crazy and delusional. What a mix. But typical of the Fabian socialist elites of today. Yes, considering their education, a worry. Well, I didn't expect this. Welcome back, Harry. You have really been missed. Yes, yes, I have. And I missed it as well. So it's been a while. I've been on a few channels through this period. Bart had me on once, and uh, I've been on a couple of times with Jonathan and on and off, and a few other people. So it hasn't been completely. But then again, there was quite a few other people that promised me, but never had me on. I don't know whether they were concerned that it may cost them or cause them problems. Maybe, I don't know. So, look, I don't hold anything against anyone. Um, it's their channel. But for me, I've got a day job. It may be their primary income, and they may be worried, and I can understand that. So I'm not going to be selfish about it. If somebody wants me on, fine. If they don't, that's fine as well. I don't take it personal at all. So yes, life is like that, and it's got its unpredictabilities and all that. And we just should maintain our sort of humble, loving relationships, and in a sense, if we get something for it, fine. If we don't, shouldn't expect anything. I don't. Stopped doing that a long time ago. At 58, you realise, yeah, what's the point? How much copper should we get a day on a carny diet eating most muscle meat? Would you say 2.5 to 3 pounds of ribeye a day? I get around 1.75 plus with the organs added in even more. Is that a concern? Not really. Not really. Not really. Look, the body, if you get excess, will excrete it. If your gallbladder, look, if your body's working, fine. It's probably less of a problem. It's more of a problem. I always say to people, if you're supplementing, you're overloading the natural mechanisms for the body to deal with um, what's coming in on the food. Whatever comes in on the food comes at a gradual stage, a sort of a gradual rate. And because there's a bit of competition at the metalloproteins down in the gut, you may not get all of it in. You may be eating that and thinking you're getting that, but that may be competing with other ions. It's when you take a supplement, which is like a big dose, it overwhelms and pushes that through into the system, and that's not a good idea, especially when it's excessive, because that means you're going to have to force your liver to excrete a lot of it out through the bile, or stuff may be excreted, some of it, out of the kidneys as well. And that's how the body deals with it. I mean, I give you, and it varies between kidneys and liver through bile, what you excrete out that the body considers excess. And that happens depending on diet, depending on the other foods you're consuming. So there's a lot of variability there, depending on whether you're getting enough nutrition to be able to regulate things. Having enough taurine in the system to regulate the ions, because that's the big one. It actually regulates a lot of the ions and determines what is trafficking, in a sense, and maintaining the homeostasis of a number of ions, and not just copper, iron, magnesium, potassium, all these sort of things. So on a carnivore diet, you should be getting enough of the precursors, cysteine and methionine, to support taurine production in the pancreas, and then you should have sufficient. The only time you have to worry about if you've got something like pancreatitis, or you've got some sort of pancreas issue, you've come out of I talk more about this because I still haven't made the video, but I talk more about it because I usually put it in comments with people, but I think it needs to be said as well, that people need to be aware that if they've got some things like issues with their pancreas due to past diabetes 2, or possibly even diabetes 1, and they may have some issues with their pancreas, there may be a possibility they're not producing sufficient endogenous to be able to regulate those ions, and they may need some exogenous, which means basically supplemental in the free form. So these are sort of things that that for a general population that doesn't have any underlying issues is not an issue, but for people that may have underlying issues, and I think that needs to be stated, even though it may not be applicable in your case in that regard. So, yep, pretty much. So I wouldn't be too concerned. I have varied, my sort of copper level intake may be much lower than that in most cases. Then I'll have things like certain cheeses, especially like Swiss cheese and things like that I'll have, that I like putting on top of my patties, or on sometimes even on eggs, like fried eggs. I'll throw, four fried eggs and four, sort of slices of Swiss cheese. Well, Swiss cheese is a very good source of copper. So my copper intake varies quite a bit from day to day. So it's not something static and I'm not really worried because of the amount of taurine that I get in my system. It regulates the ions. It'll either excrete more or excrete less. So depending on how much you intake, your body actually will excrete more. But so I wouldn't actually worry too much, and I wouldn't be chasing copper, is what I'm trying to say. Eat what you like within reasonable. Don't eat excess organs, because organs can, especially liver, can be a problem in excess. You can have too much copper in the system and throw out a balance. You should be aiming to have far more zinc than copper in that regard. If you're getting enough, you're eating enough protein to generate enough endogenous taurine, you should be able to regulate all that endogenously very fine. Thank you very much. So it shouldn't be a big problem. So on a carnivore diet, we don't need to really supplement. Our also requirements for micronutrients go down considerably. So a number of things go down because, and this is, being even in human experimental research, they've actually shown where it actually works. When you get enough animal protein, you are able to better regulate a lot of these things. It's due to the taurine. And we have also evidence from research in the Gaza Strip, where the university there, the academics, because the young girls at high school had anemia, and they found that giving them free-form taurine supplementation was able to correct their iron deficiency. So you can see that from an iron deficiency, with a regulation of ions at the kidney level, where you need to have slightly more, you need to have in areas like the kidneys, those nephrons, you need to have far more taurine, because there's a lot of taurine transporters, taught a lot of those receptors. They require that in order to regulate the ions and the fluids in the body. That's why taurine regulates and lowers blood pressure if it's too high and raises it if it's too low. It sort of tries to get a good homeostasis for the genetics of that person. Especially if you have low insulin and your blood pressure is a specific level and you're not consuming stuff like coffee that may, considering coffee, I have some here, that may raise blood pressure as well, and it varies between people due to genetics. That is also, you'll get a better benchmark and your body will be able to regulate the ions and all that. That's why me and Bart usually say, eat enough, sufficient, and I'm glad that he's actually come up to the sort of levels that 2 grams per kilo body weight, or 2.2, which is what I specifically recommend, or more in bodybuilding. But we need to get at least 2 grams in, or slightly more, in my opinion, in order to better regulate, because you've got detox. We live in an environment which is much more problematic, and we need also amino acids for detoxification. So there's a number of different things that we need. So our requirements go slightly up living in civilization. So there's a lot of reasons. And then you're able to produce sufficient, you'll have sufficient cysteine left over, which can be either, can be repurposed and used. And because you're getting choline also in the diet, that will reduce, in terms of methylation, that will reduce your requirements of B6, B12, and B9, which is, so those 3 vitamins as well. So it makes a big difference the way you're eating. So eating sufficient meat is good. Eating a lot of organ meats, there is a risk of hypervitaminosis as well, with retinol on the one hand, and on the other hand, potentially throwing your copper to zinc balance a bit out. So, yeah, try and limit organs, small amounts occasionally, like once a week, which is what I do. Excessive is probably not, because even tribal people don't do excessive. They'll cut a bit of liver and have it raw and share it amongst themselves. They don't eat in excess. It's primarily muscle meats that are eaten mostly. So use it as a small multivitamin. Don't use it as like guzzling down a whole handful of vitamins, because that's what you're doing when you're eating a lot of organ meats. So just keep that in mind. And once, if you're deficient, I usually encourage people to eat a lot of organ meats in high deficiency, like coming from a vegan diet or something like that. But once you basically fixed all that, your needs go down. Your thiamine halves, because carbohydrate metabolism requires double. It uses 2 enzymatic pathways rather than the one which fat and protein uses. Bang, there you go. You've got a reduction there. And a number of other B vitamins reduced. The only one that goes slightly up is riboflavin. And that's where, if carnivores aren't getting sufficient riboflavin, and that's when they're under eating, animal foods, which is the biggest culprit. If they're doing certain funny things like eating too much fish or too much chicken and not eating a lot of ruminant animals, or getting dairy and ruminant animals to get sufficient riboflavin, and they've got specific genetics, because a lot of the rare genetic disorders are very riboflavin dependent. Milk is great. A glass of 16-ounce milk has all your riboflavin for the entire day, as an example. But combining some cheese and some ruminant animal meats, you'll get more than enough in that regard. So just keep those things in mind. Anyway, let's move on, because I'll fall behind, which I usually do. Meatmaster, would putting powder vitamin D on the skin be absorbed closer to the way the vitamin D is from the sun and makes more effective, perhaps, as opposed to swallowing it? Have no idea. Never tried it. Never looked at research of powder absorption via the skin of vitamin D. You could test it. You could be the experimental animal test yourself and then go and check, get a baseline, do it for avoid the sun, do it for stay indoors most of the time, do it for about 3 months, and then go into, or maybe not 3 months, probably excessive, do it for about 2 months, then go and check yourself to see does it work or not. I've got no idea. I've never seen any research to say something like that, that it absorbs in that way. I know that in animals it comes down the hair follicles to the base. In humans, the dermis sort of absorbs over a number of hours. So when you're out in the sun, it's best not to watch your arms or legs and stuff like that. And I usually have my shower later in the evening before going to bed, which is actually good because you warm up, then you cool down, your body cools down naturally, and it really allows you to sleep better. So you don't have to, the moment you walk into the house, you don't need to at 6 o'clock in the evening. You can leave for later, and it helps with sleep, and it also allows you to absorb the vitamin D. On the other hand, I think people need to stop worrying about vitamin D from either the food, whether you're getting it from fish or whatever, or from a non-rancid source. We don't, if you're going to get it from a pill, for instance, it either should have zero seed oils, or and also should be coconut based or something like that. So it shouldn't be any of the toxic oils, because those toxic oils will go rancid and they'll really affect the quality of the vitamin D in a sense. So it's better to get it in a sort of a stable way, that it's in some chalk type thing that will break down and then get released, or basically you do it with food then, because it absorbs better with it, because it's a fat soluble vitamin, obviously. And the other thing is, some people are concerned that it raises LDL. Yes, it does. Who cares? LDL is not a problem. LDL, whether you eat from a fish, you derive vitamin D, or you get it from a tablet without having seed oils like coconut oil or something like that. As long as you don't have a salicylate sensitivity, that could be an issue for some people. You can get drops that are not that are in sort of certain types of water type concentrates. There are a whole lot of different products that are less problematic. So as long as you're getting in those forms, or the active form, where it's injectable or non-injectable, there are different variations out there that I've seen. It's not an issue, because it's like with the food. Yes, it's fat soluble, and LDL-C will go up as a consequence. Who cares? So it does with the food. It does with the tablet form as well. I think a lot of people are making out, there's an issue here because LDL-C goes up. Really? That's how much I give a shit if that goes up. Unless LDL is oxidized, the lipoprotein, because it's not cholesterol, it's a lipoprotein that is a carrier of cholesterol and many other things, like fat-soluble vitamins and, fats of different triglycerides, So that's just bloody nonsense. Anyway, family, any possible potential deficiencies at all that could come up a long-term beef, lamb, tallow, and organs with pretty much nothing else. Anything to be aware of? I wouldn't. I wouldn't be worried if you're eating sufficient beef and lamb. You should be getting sufficient micro and macronutrients that you need to operate. There is no deficiencies out there. And there are other versions of vitamin C as well that are in a different format that go through GLUT1. So there's a lot of, that's how Napoleon basically, with cooked meat, was able to restore, even though they're already carbs. So GLUT4 receptor being blockaded. You know what I mean? That's different type. That's ascorbic acid. Okay? I'll get into that in another video and explain why we don't need to be concerned about ourselves about that. We get plenty. We get plenty. Now, there is some speculation that it could be a thousand-fold more. That's where I get a bit annoyed with some of these people that have done a bit of research, and then they can't explain. They're speculating, and that's annoying. But anyway, that's for another video, a future to sort of go and explain all that. But I would not be concerned. You should be getting enough of most things. Most people do. Now, there can be some people, as I said, that have got some rare disorders, some genetics or whatever, that require more. If you've got genetics that are pretty much require more calcium, then it won't work. I have done a video, what raises blood sugar on a carnivore diet. If you do carnivore diet blood sugar, and you look at that video with my name, you'll also see that it actually shows pastoral genetics, which 24% of the population, including myself, I have to consume dairy in order to get sufficient calcium because I have poor absorption of calcium from other sources, both plants and animals. So even somebody that is on any other diet, if they're not consuming dairy and they have those pastoral genetics, 24% of the population, it's not a small amount, it's a quarter of the population, will suffer more osteoporosis and will suffer more problems in terms of calcium metabolism, blood pressure issues, and all sorts of things related to not getting some tachycardia, arrhythmias, all sorts of issues they will get due to calcium deficiency. Anyway, and even some neurological things. So it can be if you're one of these people. We are not the Hunter. That population has the ancestral genetics, sand people and all that. We have 10,000 years of agricultural civilizations and a lot of genetic changes. So there are issues with carotenoid conversion for a number of populations having to do with retinol. That you need to get into the retinol form, the animal form. If you don't get enough, those people need more. I have about a 32% reduction, so I need to get a bit more. So that's occasionally why I have a bit of liver. People that don't have those genetics don't have to worry. They get more than enough from the animal foods in both carotenoids and retinol. So don't worry. So it depends on your circumstances. 10,000 years of adjustments due to agriculture, yes, have left certain proportions of the population with specific requirements. So just keep that in mind. They're not plant requirements. Funny that, isn't it? They are specific animal requirements because the animal diet was the original diet. So it's the adjustment to the animal foods that has caused this from the original type that we consume primarily based on the N15 data. So just to be complete in that regard, I have to cover that way. Don't forget the Q dilemma. You've got to put a Q in front. Do you use red light therapy? Yes, I have. Actually, Dad's got my red light therapy lamp. I actually gave it to him. I need to get another one. So, yes, I do it occasionally, but I give it to Dad. So, any idea the best protocol for this? I usually do it either early in the morning because naturally out in the if you get out, let's say you're in a naturalistic environment, when is the highest amount of those frequencies of infrared and those red frequencies? They're usually dawn and dusk. So dawn and dusk, those two parts of the day in terms of circadian, to be circadian matched and not mismatched, they are the best two times to basically do red light therapy, so to speak. I don't think you should be doing it between the sort of times like 9 o'clock to about 4 o'clock is when there's more blue light, and there's supposed to be more blue light as you would be in a naturalistic environment. And I usually, at that point, usually use these ones, which are the yellow ones, you can barely see, and these knock out sufficient and leave the wavelengths because these are a bit more pricier compared to some other garbage that's on the net. And they actually provide a certain level which is more conducive to be similar matched. This is matched better in those early hours and early evening. And then this one is for the later hours. So I'll switch on over later for those. And I do believe you need to protective glasses as well for circadian reasons. And for when you're doing the red light therapy, yes, you do. You do. So there are different stuff out there. I know one guy that actually uses, the what is it called? You block out all the light at night when you sleep, whatever that's called. You put around your eyes. You can use that sort of stuff as well. I've got a timer on mine, and so I put the timer, and now I've taught Dad how to put the timer on. He puts those things on. He presses the button because he's holding it in his hand. I say, press it, Dad, and then relax back. And it will go off automatically, which allows, or you come up and you keep the eyepiece on you, you sort of hunt to try and find the device to switch it off, whatever works for you in that regard. There are some frequencies which are less problematic, and some frequencies which are more problematic in terms of the device should tell you what and should tell you exactly what it's rated, because there are different ratings, some that have deeper penetration than others, some at the skin level, some deeper penetration. So some of so they have those effects. The reason why I got it is because I'd actually came down a sort of a walkway and fell over and slammed my knee into the pavement and grazed my arm, and fun and games. Yes, it was a bit slightly wet day, and I was jogging a bit, so not a good idea. So it ended up causing me a bit of problems. So that's what I bought specifically for my knee. And Dad's got a bad knee, so I've given it to him. So mine's specifically designed for that deep penetration. But there are others that actually work on the skin that work at different levels and different frequencies. So it depends on the type. But I know the deep penetration ones, you do need to wear glasses for those. I think the ones which only get to the skin level or whatever, those frequencies, I think they are their requirements are not as high. So it depends on the frequencies. You will have to check with the manufacturer and a number of websites which actually sell specific goggles for the specific wavelengths, protection. So, and I can't recommend anything because if you get it from a good source, basically, what you pay in terms of dollars does reflect the sort of quality to some extent. So just be wary about that, and you're welcome. What's the most nutrient dense cut of meat? Does strip steak have more nutrition than ribeye? Should we be getting a mix of a lot of cuts? Yeah, we should basically be getting different cuts. I do. And the reason for that is because all the cuts have a different amino acid profile, a fatty acid profile, and a micronutrient profile. They do. They just do. I don't get the same stuff. I get different cuts. I'll have ribeyes, I'll have T-bone steaks, I'll have different parts of the animal all the time. And the reason for that is minced meats are pretty good because they come from all different parts and have a lot of variation. So in that regard, so it's a good thing to get a bit of a mix. But again, as I said, the micronutrient levels that we require come down slightly in terms of the cofactors. Carbohydrate metabolism requires far more. Do you have any ideas of long paleo people lived? Did any of those paleo ancestors live to 120? Look, the problem is that we don't have a lot of information. We know from skeletal remains that some people did live to those sort of ages, well over 100. So we know quite clearly there is evidence in that regard. But at the same time, the older the actual skeleton is, the harder it is to work. A lot of the, what we call life expectancies, the average life expectancy, and tribal people have a lot of infant mortality. I have a video that you actually see some Maasai men talking. It's one of my videos. It's not too long ago. And, these people are in their 70s, having children, and living, into their hundreds and 120. So you can hear them speaking themselves. They're being asked and all that. So that's a tribal population and more recent. But they're not a paleo population, obviously, because they do consume milk in that regard. But there are Hudsons and many others that do have people. That Mary Ruddock, who is a nutritionist operating out of Greece. She's a lady that I've actually interviewed a couple of times on my channel in the past. And I need to get, that's the other thing I forgot. I told her last time I was going to contact her, and I haven't. Bloody hell. I need to do that. Damn. Now that you've reminded me, I need to send her an email and apologise and ask her whether she'll come on to me, because I did want to talk about the sand people as well. So she's gone and seen these populations. I do have a playlist. There's a playlist covers the blue zones, and a playlist that covers some of these tribal populations, which are under the name Mary Ruddock. You go to Mary Ruddock. I have a number of these videos that I did that cover the Hudsers, and the Maasai that she actually tests. She actually even took ketone measurements, blood measurements, and glucose measurements of all these tribal people. And they were in this low ketotic state, not high ketosis, not zero ketosis, but in this low ketotic state, which is what you expect tribal people to do when they have that one meal a day. It all pops up, their insulin and all that. They sort of drop out of ketosis. And then for most of the day, they're not really eating because they have to go on hunt and stuff like that. They will be this mild ketosis, which is normal. That is how most tribal people are, and they function. And we know, damn, it's skimmed from because I've left the book too long at the top. Anyway, so we know that the Inuit, there's research from Stefanos and many others who interviewed people that are over 100. And I know from personal experience, people that I've met from Siberia, Russian Siberia, people that live there, some of the tribal people in those sort of areas that just eat animal foods, and they're well over 100. And these old people get out and do physical labour at over 100. So they're not weak like our middle-aged people in that regard. So they just die from, they'll get a cut and they'll get an infection and die because they didn't have antibiotics. They had no idea what was causing it. They just thought, some spirit came and took them. So that's how they view these things. And that's the sort of language they use. But we need to realise, as long as they're not dying from any disease or from any injury, usually they, on their ancestral diet, remain robust, maintain long lifespan and long health span, which is important. The health span, and then when no more cell division can take place, they drop off the perch. And that has some variability to that as well, depending on a whole lot of factors, because they're living a harsh life. So harsh life also puts some stresses on the body in that regard. And different people in different places, depending on those level of stresses, can mean more cell division. More cell division can mean a shorter or longer lifespan, and the amount of senescent cells as well. accumulation over time. Yeah, there is a belief that xenomorphines will do that, but I think it's overplayed and there's too much because we don't see that issue amongst Maasai. We don't see that. We didn't see that issue in the past. I think because when you've got good stomach acidity, when you've got a good stomach functioning gut digestive tract, most of these things are not an issue because you'll break down things quite substantially and you'll eliminate a lot of these things. The body has that ability. But once you've got some level of derangements, you've got some leaky gut, you've got a number of these issues, some dysbiosis, microbiome, sort of dysfunctions either from in the mouth, the the colon, or right through the digestive tract can vary amongst people. There's a bit of a microbiome in the lungs and a few other areas, and so any derangements, substantial derangements, yeah, could be a problem in that regard. But it's more a consequence of that. That's why we usually take people off dairy and we take people off eggs and things like that, the things that react, and we try and put them on more ruminant meats in order to try and fix a number of these conditions and then reintroduce things back for them once things improve in the general functioning of that person. So it depends on from person to person. But I don't have any higher addictions from consuming cheeses or stuff like that. Sometimes I'll have a bit of cheese with some meat and I actually get quite satiated. I don't feel like anymore. And sometimes if I don't have cheese, I can eat more meat, way more meat. So I don't necessarily buy this whole notion. I think because a lot of this research is based on carbohydrate, consuming with carbs, in vegetarians and people like that, and maybe in combination with carbohydrates and the effects that carbohydrates have to the brain, certain pathways, some of these xenomorphins in the actual cheeses may amplify that effect. And that's where that research is coming from sad dieters. So I don't buy it necessarily that in pastoral populations this is an issue because we haven't seen it. We would have seen it by now because there's been thousands of years of pastoral populations. It doesn't all of a sudden happen from no reason in the late 20th and early 21st century, but it never happened in the past and never was identified as a problem in the past. It either was always a problem or it's a modern problem due to a whole lot of other factors that are confounding variables. And because there's an association, we make the conclusion. If you consume a lot of sugar with sort of animal foods, you can increase the level of insulin compared to insulin to glucagon, the ratio. Have just meat on its own, it's down to 1.3, very close to that bottom level. Even sugar on its own is 4-1. But combined sugar with protein, it goes way above that. Why? Because there's another different type of interaction. See, there you've pushed glucagon further down. Now you've pushed your inability to consume as much to access fat because you're inhibiting, due to the higher insulin, hormone-sensitive lipase. So is it the meat? No. It's the sugar that's has this amplifying effect. It's a different synergy. And I suspect cheese with carbs is a different synergy compared to cheese with meat. So, Health Jedi, I hope that sort of answered your question. What are the drawbacks? Drawbacks of taking vitamin D supplements. I've heard many speak out against it. No vitamin D where I'm from now, as the winter almost was wondering if you should take it. That's up to you. I mean, I don't tell people what to do. When people ask me what should I take or which brand should I take or whatever, I say don't take anything with seed oils. If you're going to take something which has got zero, none, nada, or take take some from a supplement that's actually either in probably coconut oil or is a liposomal type with some sort of phospholipid, which is stable, so a good brand, or in just an injectable type active form, which doesn't have any oils or anything. It's in a sort of a saline type solution. Um, there's a different options that people can take in that regard. So, but just don't take with seed oils because the rancidity of the oil would damage the vitamin D, and you won't get that what you need, so to speak. So, with the liposomal one and with the coconut one, I was able to get Dad's vitamin D's all the way up to 183. So that's pretty good because it's between the 175 and the 200, which is a therapeutic level. And even though he's got cancer and he did Jabba the Hutt, he didn't get explosive cancer. And we're able, with the protocol that I did, to let's say goodbye to Mr. Spiky in his bloodstream and get rid of all the clots and stuff like that. And now we're about 9 months into it. The immune system is improved because it's no longer being suppressed. It's been improved, and all these things are working much better. And his vitamin Ds are in that level, and his cancer is sort of kidney cancer has reduced, and the kidneys also because of the extra meat that he's consuming have become larger, enlarged. And I've done a video where they were giving 70% to rats of protein to energy to, in terms of casein. Yeah, casein, you heard right, in the form of casein. Yes, problematic casein. Yes, that's what the rats were given. And the rats became big, strong, and lean and mean. Super rats. Tell that to your paleo friends. Anyway, so as long as you're getting the right nutrition, and then if you want to get a lamp, people get lamps, fine. I've got no problems with lamps. Do it the natural way, au natural. If you want to get quality supplements that are less problematic, Dad is older, more of a problem with lamps, especially if there's more senescence in their skins. He's not a Maasai with a cleaner diet right through his life. So, skin isn't going to perform as well. So it's best to use these other options. And I use a liposomal on him, and it works, and it maintains his levels to a good level, and I don't have a problem. And we've checked his C-reactive protein and a whole lot of other inflammatory markers, and they were relatively down. The only thing that went up recently was one of the parasitic ones because he got worms from this cat. Yeah, so we had to deworm Dad and the cat, and I had to do all the deworming. I have not enjoyed it. Let's put it that way. The cat doesn't like me, and it gets a bit nasty. It gets really grumpy with me. But I hold it down and spray it on the back, on the back of the neck. Oh God. Anyway, funny games. If you put lanolin on your skin, are you a lamb? Are you a mutton? Um, would you absorb vitamin D from it? Thanks. Look, in sheep, the hair follicles, it runs down, and that's how they extract it. And so it's a bit different. It's through those follicles rather than the actual dermis in the way it works with us. with the skin. It's a bit different. Um, Nobody's ever really looked whether we also absorb a bit, whether we still have some inherited absorption with that method. I don't know. Do you lick your hairs, your hair follicles, like the animals do? Do you? Isn't that basically getting it through the oral way of vitamin D? So isn't that going to raise LDL-C? Is that a concern? The animals don't seem to be concerned. Yeah, it's funny in that way. Anyway, yeah, maybe I don't know. I'm not going to go too crazy about it. I'll just swallow a pill in the winter, which is what I do for those 3 months, and 5,000 IU's, and in the summer. And the other months, I'm usually out and about all the time, out getting sun exposed. So that's how I do it. How other people do it is their business. What could cause cruises to rise on a lion diet? Possibly calcium. Been 10 months on there and been at 2 months, 25, 4 months, 225, 6 months, 125, at 9 months, and 263 things. Maybe the fact perhaps too much tallow. Probably not. I don't know. How much are you consuming? There can be a calcium issue. Some people are not compatible for the lion diet if they fall in that 24%. Um, so I have noticed that people's blood sugar goes up. Some people get arrhythmias. It depends on their genetic differences. I get arrhythmias. Not everyone with those genes gets arrhythmias. Some do, some don't. Some get a higher blood sugar. Others get high blood sugar and high trigs. Do you get high blood sugar as well? That would be a giveaway that if your blood sugar is creeping up and your triglycerides are creeping up, then it would mean that you've got a calcium genetic issue. So, yeah, yeah. Sorry, 10,000 years of agriculture has changed your absorption of calcium is less efficient because you got too much in the diet. Where before, the efficiency that Hadza people and populations like that is very high. They can extract a lot. Pastoral people have much reduced. They need dairy as a consequence. So it sucks to be you, in a sense, like me, just letting you know. So that could be the issue in that regard. Calcium is a big player when it comes to lipid homeostasis, and sugar and glucose homeostasis. So just keep that in mind. Plus, electrolyte sort of issues as well can be an issue, depending on a lot of factors. Some people, their needs can be varied for a number of reasons, depending on the intake of a certain amount of meats, quantity, affecting how well their pancreas works for sufficient taurine production to regulate the ions. There's a lot of the body's a dynamic system. So there is a possibility that you may have those sort of genetics. So just keep that in mind. Could you create a Faraday cage around the bed to protect? You haven't been listening to that cockwomble in New York, have you? Please. Bed to protect from non-native EMFs. Any ideas? Also, could you go into some of the dangers of Wi-Fi non-native EMFs that you know, and to protect from? Look, a lot of people will talk. Let me just bring up my chat. See to know what's happening. A lot of people will argue. Um, even Tom's one. Tom, long time no see, mate. I just need to be able to have it here to get popped out, so just in case. Anybody wants a super chat or something like that, whatever. So, Scotty's here as well. Good to see you. Anyway, now, where was I? So, how can I create it? Look, I would not worry too much in that regard. 5G, as an example, everybody gets concerned about. The wavelengths are shorter. They have low penetration into the skin. I'd be more concerned about earlier, like 2G, 1G. They've got longer wavelengths and they penetrate deeper into the body. Where 4G penetrates less and 5G even less. That's why they have to put so many towers around, because they can't go through buildings. And so they have to put far more towers to get the bandwidth is bigger, so you can push more information, but the penetration is poor. So, and we have seen, I did a video, it's, I think, on Bart K's Odyssey channel somewhere, I can't remember where I did a video covering heat shock proteins in regards to the different 5G frequencies. None of the heat shock proteins were activated in any of those frequencies. So it has zero effect in also in causing heat shock protein effect. That tells you oxidative stress. So oxidative stress, zero, non-issue. Stop arguing that point. The issue is with non-native EMFs is that there are frequencies of light, and those frequencies of light are the issue. We're talking about photonic energy that affects the melanopsin receptor sites. We've got receptor sites in our skin and our eyes. Most of them are in our eyes. That's what works at circadian rhythms and why I wear these funny glasses, to basically protect and maintain good circadian rhythms. And I've got, lights which are adjusted circadian, which change through the day and all that in order to guarantee that I get the right sort of light even indoors, like outdoors. It sort of mimics approximately in that regard. So it is the frequencies of light which is the issue when it comes to non-native electromagnetic fields. Okay? This is the issue that it can cause signaling issues. The reality is, if you live in civilization in a city, you cannot get away from it. All the lights in a city are blue light. If I was a government, I would change them all to amber to reduce the blue light issue, to reduce the circadian issue problem and sleep problems as well in that regard. Now, magnetic fields themselves that are non-native can actually interfere with, certain ions, electrons. It's just in that regard, in a sense. But if you're on a species-appropriate diet and you're using taurine, and you're earthing yourself a bit and stuff like that, and you're able and using things like citrulline, which increases vasodilation, nitric oxide, you can maintain better functioning and sort of ameliorate or reduce those sort of effects and all that. You can't escape unless you go bush and you cut yourself away from all these things. Remember, we've had non-native EMFs now for well over 100 years. Our species hasn't died out. Okay? Back in the 50s, I think we had even higher frequencies that could actually be more problematic than these less penetrating ones. People weren't dying out. Okay? So we need to be a bit aware of that. And there was less protection and stuff like that. But what do you say? Scotty goes, interesting study came out of Russia on rats about 5G fairly recently. No issue for the areas that we were looking at, but found exposure to 5G ate double the food, but some weight half-digested food. Well, they think it's due to the frequencies. The problem, and that's what I was saying earlier, light, and this is what Jack Kruse talks about, that certain light frequencies interfere with our sleep cycle, which is what I was saying about blue light and stuff like that, those sort of frequencies. Because the electromagnetic spectrum, when the planet is rotating around its axis, the when it's dark, you have these near infrared. Even the light that you burn, like a campfire, has got this near infrared. Those are different frequencies of light that we're bathed with. Our body expects those. Does not expect at night blue light, green light frequencies, or any of these things. These are in daytime when we're eating. So it encourages more eating, and also it raises cortisol, and it raises also these light frequencies, cortisol, and can raise slightly insulin. What do we use to suppress this at night? Taurine will suppress both, in a sense. That's how, because it'll also raise blood sugar slightly. So we use taurine to lower blood sugar, lower lactate, and lower is the biohack of the 21st century. If you're living in a EMF-rich environment, what can you do? Now you know that's another reason why I use taurine at night in particular more than I use in the daytime. I only use some early in the morning. And that's so I have a lot like a calm day as I work through with a whole lot of people. Sometimes I could have issues with, but that's another issue, another thing, another discussion, a conversation. Anyway, um, you get blood work's done. Nah, waste of time. No, I wouldn't waste my money. If you want to pay, I'll do them, but I wouldn't waste my money in that regard. Usually, most people normalise their blood works anyway, and LDLC is not a problem. I don't care where it is. My LDLC was when I had my heart condition was very low. So lipids, as far as I'm concerned, are irrelevant unless they're oxidised. They only get oxidised and glycated if they're on a seed oil diet or refined sugars. If my lipids are much higher than what they used to be, I don't care because I know that centenarians that have got higher LDLC actually live longer. The Framingham studies show the people with the highest LDLC and highest total cholesterol, 93 were still alive. The ones that were with the lowest, only 73% were still alive. There's a 20% difference. I would rather be with the ones with the highest LDLC, so I don't care about that. Anybody that talks about LDLC being a problem needs to have their head examined. You can't have an inverse relationship in nature and claim the opposite happening and claim that that is causal of something. Anything that actually is a causal thing, factor, must always associate every time. If it doesn't, it means the hypothesis is wrong, and it is wrong. So pretty much it's a bust as far as I'm concerned. Any truth on linen and wool clothes being 5,000 hertz and therefore the healthiest for human body to wear? I've never heard of that. I've got no idea if they resonate at that sort of frequency. No idea what's at all. So I couldn't actually tell you. Never heard of it. All I can say is that natural fibres are going to be less problematic to your skin because humans have been putting natural fibres on their bodies for a very, very long time. So that's all I can say on that one. So I've not looked at any research which looks at what the in terms of frequencies anyway. Do you recommend hydrogen water? No. Do you want to know why? God, it's going to be a long conversation. Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. Hydrogen water is, they get sort of regular water and they infuse it with more hydrogen. But that still has, you end up with much higher levels of hydrogen. That higher level of hydrogen has a whole lot of negative effects in the body. It's also putting out a whack, your sort of the amount of certain ions in regards to hydrogen. So there is an electrolyte imbalance that it can cause. One thing. There's also been evidence that it actually causes some gastrointestinal distress, in the gut. And it seems like there are certain bugs that like more hydrogen than others. We know some of these hydrogen-loving ones produce certain gases and can be a bit of an issue. There's anecdotal evidence. I have not seen any research, but anecdotal evidence that creates sort of, things like headaches and nausea and stuff like that. There is some people, I heard one person say that I was having a chat with that he heard that it actually had some drug interactions with some drugs. I don't know when it comes to that. I think somebody this morning was asking Bart Kay on his channel and was going, oh, uh, g'day, Jonathan. Was asking Bart about, and he said, ask Harry about that. I actually did some research on it, and hydrogen water actually has, normal tap water has like 150 to 155 ppm, parts per million of deuterium, and we don't want a lot of deuterium in our bodies. The safe zone is 100 odd, or 102, or let's say 100 to 130. Olive oil is 130. Seed oils are 255, because they're all refined, so they are toxic. Anything over 180 is toxic to your mitochondria. So when you infuse the thing, you increase the volume of hydrogen inside the water far more than you would than the water would naturally have. And as I said, that creates imbalances with other ions in the body. But on the other hand, you've also got the issue with you do raise slightly deuterium as well. It's not a lot in terms of, well, it is as volume, but not as parts per million. So parts per million, it goes up to 155.71 something in terms of parts per million. What was it again? 62. Oh, don't worry. I'll do a video and cover it at some stage. The exact how many hydrogen ion the atoms to. It's a sort of a mix. It's 1 to 6,000 something. 200. Oh God, yeah, I can't remember. And so it comes out in the millions when you compare it to millions in terms of parts per million, 155.7 something, 1 something. But then that volume of deuterium goes up. So that same water, 100 grams of 100 mils of water, 1 litre of water, will give you substantially more deuterium than you would get from actually drinking tap water. And I don't see any benefit really. It's a marketing sort of thing. Oh, more hydrogen really helps. Deuterium depleted water is different. That's the same amount of volume of mass of hydrogen in there, in the water, but the ratios are different. There's more H1 hydrogen than H2 hydrogen. There's your difference. So there's more hydrogen, which is with one proton, and less deuterium, which is a proton and a neutron at its core, which is the problem. The neutron is the problem. That is what slows down the nanomotors. That's what busts the nanomotors in the mitochondria, the ATPase, that if they slow down below 9,000 RPM, they start producing less ATP, less energy, less repair, less whatever energy in your body to do things, to work. And if you bust those motors, the energy levels drop even further, which means more senescence, more damaged cells, less ability to repair. Remember, you've got organelles in the cytosol, inside the cells, that are basically grabbing on to ATP to use it to power their machinery to fix things in the cell. These little organelles that just float around a bit like little bacteria type, because that's what they are. Well, mitochondria are similar, are sort of like a bacterium, exactly the same, that produces ATP energy. So yes, I consider it a problem and a waste of money. Let's put it that way. Most tribal people hydrate with animal fat, and they don't raise insulin to cause themselves problems, or eat carbs, which requires more water, because carbs produce less metabolic water. Remember, 1 gram of water from fat produces 10% more, 1.1 gram of water, metabolic water, or 1.1 mil of water, so 10% more. Carbohydrates only produce metabolic water production in the mitochondria, 0.44. So cellular hydration drops. When we talk about cellular hydration, we're talking about insufficient cellular metabolic water production inside the cell from the mitochondria. Water retention inside the cell is a different thing. That's due to high insulin. Okay? So people confuse the two. And that's when people become all puffy and all that, and they have these big legs and stuff like that, who are diabetics and stuff like that. Yeah, different sort of situation. Anyway, let's move on. What's the benefits of sauna use? Any benefit? Hormetic doesn't prevent CVD. It's hormetic. May have some benefits. There's no long-term studies. I'm not against it. It seems to have some benefits for certain populations, but I'm not going to get too wound up about it. Tiro, how are you, mate? Harry, what do you think about PCKS9 inhibitors? Well, what do I think? I think the same that I think about any sort of drug that interferes with cholesterol homeostasis, whether it's a statin or one of these in it. So I would say to any person, show me the benefit. There is no benefit. Well, your heart problems are not due to your past diet, and the cholesterol lowering medication is going to fix your heart problem. As I said earlier, people with the highest cholesterol live longer. That's not the problem. It's oxidized. Now, if you've got underlying, let's say you consumed a lot of crap in the past. Oh, shit. Tom, thanks, mate. I just noticed you sent me a few dosh. Appreciate it. Let me just go down there, Tero, and then I'll come back to you. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it. Please don't get banned again. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be a bit more tactful. As the bald man has told me from New Zealand, you need to be a bit more tactful, Harry. You know, stop being so aggressive with the powers that be. So I need to be a bit more tactful, apparently. So Ted told me, nah, ignore the bald man. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So who do I believe? I like Ted. He's honest. He tells me to be a warrior. Don't worry. I'm not going to take Ted's advice. I think Bart's advice is sound. In the end of the day, in order to do good, more good, and to have the ability to basically help people and provide information, and also expose some of the crackpots out there, I need to be careful and a bit more tactful in the way I go about doing my stuff in that regard. So yeah. Anyway, I realise I'm really fallen behind. Shit. Yeah. So remember, I had cardiovascular disease, a heart attack at 44. I'm 58 now, still alive. Okay. I've been eating more animal foods. That's not the problem. High cholesterol isn't the problem. It's oxidative stress. It's inflammation. It's these things you need to bring down. So you need to clean your diet more than that and possibly change a doctor because he doesn't have any idea what he's talking about. My personal opinion. What you do is your business, your body. Just remember, there are a lot of side effects when it comes to these medications. And cholesterol is essential for the body, is essential. Your cells are made mostly of cholesterol. So it's completely nonsense, all this sort of stuff. They knew it back in 83 and 8. I looked at the research, 83, 84. Lipid peroxidation from seed oils had nothing to do with cholesterol. They knew it. They covered it up because they wanted to sell this sort of nonsense to make money. And the academics justified it and explained it at the time. They explained it that we can't change the people's diet. And since we can't change people's diets, we'll just medicate them. It's better, even though there are some side effects, it's better than if we can reduce. Now, how do cholesterol lowering drugs help? It's not because they lower cholesterol. No. And, they do have a mild anti-inflammatory effect, but it's not even that. To not have a second heart attack, what they do is they calcify the arteries. They actually increase calcification of soft tissue, which isn't very healthy. Because if you increase calcification of soft tissue, like inside the heart, inside the lungs, it generates more fibrosis when you plug in a whole lot of calcium where it shouldn't be. It should be in the bones, not in a lot of the soft tissue. But it can be useful if you've got a lot of, let's say, endothelial dysfunction, your vascular tree, your arteries and all that, dysfunctional. If you've got that sort of dysfunction and you want to stabilize soft plaque very rapidly, extremely useful. You use statins. Even though people will disagree with me, I don't care. You either clean up your diet completely, and if you're on a carnivore diet, your level of calcification will go up initially, and then it will come down slowly when it's stabilized. Or you can do a 3-month statin, and I wouldn't do basically PCSK9 inhibitors. They're not as good. The old traditional statins are much better at calcify soft tissue, the soft plaque, so it doesn't erupture, because that will kill you. So when you've stabilized that, then get rid of and take coenzyme Q10, ubiquinol, the active form, to allow yourself to basically, because you're going to inhibit that, and that's a problem in energy production in your body. Do that and then throw them out after the 3 months, because then by that stage, as long as you're not inflaming yourself and you keep the diet clean, forget about where LDL-C is. That's unimportant. You will cause the calcification. You will stabilize soft plaque, like an atheroma, like a cut on your hand that will slowly will create a cap. That cap will increase calcium and fibrosis, and then under that will heal, and then that will fall off. And it's the same thing in the arteries. Stabilized behind, slowly all that gets repaired because that you'll get LP little a that goes in there to repair and then goes in to basically clean up over time. LP little a is not the demon that they're making out, is a reparative thing. It's the fireman trying to put out the fire. It's a healthy thing. We use LP little a, and in animals that don't produce their own vitamin C, we use LP little a for reparative issues and uric acid as an antioxidant in the bloodstream. That's what we use. Okay, the physiology books are quite clear about that. How we've demonized these things is ridiculous. So then once that happens, then you'll basically stabilize, and then over time it'll start dropping off and clearing up. And you can accelerate it slightly. That's when, once things have stabilized and you've gone and done a test and you know you don't have any soft plaque, which is critical. Once you don't have soft plaque, then you can actually add a bit of the minoquinone 4. Start with the lower dosages, 200 micrograms to 400 micrograms. And then you can go at a later stage slightly higher, pulling all that calcium out and sticking it in the bones and getting it out of soft tissue a bit more rapidly. Decalcification. But just make sure you've got a bit of balance with the other fat soluble vitamins as well. And on a carnivore diet, you should, technically. You just may need to, just keep that in mind. And that's really, it's not really difficult to reverse. I mean, I've got no more fibrosis. Remember, I had a mild heart attack. I had fibrosis, damage to my heart. It doesn't exist anymore. That's gone. Remember the 2019 scan that I did, and also my lung that was glassed over. Now it was down to 19. I suspect it's gone completely as well because my lung capacity has increased as well since then. So over time, we have to be patient. Rome wasn't built in a day, so it takes time to heal. Anyway, and thanks, Harry. Statins may be good for a while. Calcifying plaque, anti-inflammatory. Yep, that's the thing. Yep, exactly. And Priscello, thanks as well. Let me just get down there, Toro. I'm back and forward. Haven't even. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah. Short term, yeah, fine. Long term, very unhealthy. Very unhealthy. Damaging to your muscles, damaging to your tissue, not a good thing. Short term for specifically, and this is where it helps in the secondary heart attack, the calcifying effect. That's what it is. They won't tell you that because there's a lot of talk about the CAC, if they say statins calcifies, then really it's causing some problem as well by calcifying, so it can't be taken long term. That's why they won't talk about this effect, because they know there'll be a big backlash. So there are profits to be protected, Matero. There are profits to be protected. Just is what it is. Priscilla, thank you. Appreciate it. Be with me for a while. This is getting cold. Can't believe how slow. You know what happened? You guys turned up, you put a whole lot of questions while I was basically taking a pee, getting myself a coffee ready and all that. I just realised how the hell behind I am. Anyway, yes, it is going to be a long stream, so don't worry. It is going to be a long stream. Um, the other one was a bit over 3 hours. This will be a lot on the stream because of that time. And Jenny, hi, how are you? a friend has a tumour in his frontal lobe, taking chemo at the moment. He was started taking taurine, but he has been jabbed. What do you do? Oh God. Okay. Yeah. It's a catch-22 in this sort of situation. Taurine is chemoprotective. While doing the chemo, take taurine. We're not doing the and so the method is about 3 days before, probably 2 days before doing the chemo, take taurine through the chemo to protect the normal cells and the immune system, because we need the immune system protected. Jabba the Hutt does damage to the immune system. We don't need to do more damage to the immune system. That's the last thing we do. And then once you finished your chemo, because it's chemoprotective. Remember, I did I think a video ages ago. It's in the cancer playlist. Um, then you should probably do, I would say, at least 3-4 days high dosing still, like 12 grams still high dosing, just to reduce a lot of that oxidative stress and damage, and to try and restore some viability and support to the immune system. That now, on the other part, he will have to do that protocol. No, where was it? Let me go into my Facebook channel. That's where I've got it, because I can't put it anywhere else. If I put it on YouTube, I'll lose my channel. Like if I do a video and all that, so it's a bit damn crazy. So all I can do is show it on the screen, or yeah, come on, my security thing popping up. I need to check this. This is leaving Facebook. Yes, it is. I will put that in the chat. There it is. I will pin it at the top. And it's not that one, not figure 2, figure 3. So figure 3 is the protocol. So bromelain and curcumin extract have the ability to block the ACE2 receptor, and then nattokinase can eat up Mr. Spiky. So one, you're not getting any stuff more replicating, and whatever's in the bloodstream gets chopped up and eaten up. I've had Dad on 9 months. He doesn't take nattokinase. Nattokinase has a problem that it can create more. Some people have issues with their blood vessels, where their blood vessels are more susceptible due to certain conditions to bleed, or bruise or stuff like that. Those people should not be taking nattokinase. Anybody on a blood thinner should not be taking nattokinase. Diuretics and many other drugs, nearly a lot of the drugs can be a problem. So I would take away, not do the nattokinase, but I would do lubrokinase. Which is this one. This does not have the interactions. This supplement does not have the interactions with the meds. I had to use this because Dad was on a blood thinner. So, because he had to clot it up. So, yeah. and we need to get the water retention down due to the clotting effect around in his leg, his left leg. So I had to use an alternative, and this is unfortunately more pricier than nattokinase, but it's less problematic with blood thinners and with many of the other medications that people take. Works differently. So, but it still is one of those scavengers of foreign proteins, and that's what you need. Nattokinase and lubricase go out and these enzymes and eat up all these foreign proteins, which is what you want. So that's an important thing in that regard. Taurine would also be an important thing because it deals with protein misfolding and stuff like that, and can, be a bit protective for important elements within the bloodstream. Unfortunately, this guy can't, or this person, your friend, can't do that at the moment until we get the level, because Mr. Spiky loves to suppress the immune system, which means that then you can get turbo cancers, as they're called, apparently. And it seems that under those circumstances, with a very dysfunctional immune system, which you don't get in normal cancer, you may get what happens is the cancer tries to escape detection, and taurine can help identify it. But in the circumstances of Jabba the Hutt, with a very suppressed immune system, it's a bit like people that may have immunosuppressants. That's another issue. Or people who, the old HIV, stuff like that, the immune suppression. Under those sort of circumstances, there can be problems with it not working the way it should work in the body. So this is rat studies. It's not human trials. There's no evidence in humans and all that. But I don't like people taking risks. I can't, ethically, I can't basically put people at risk, even though, I'd rather play it safe. So I'd rather have them on this protocol and doing something like TA1 peptide, TA-1 peptide. Get an injectable form, because that's the majority of the ways you do it in the fat cells in the stomach. You get alcohol wipes to make sure, and that will boost the immune system. So that will increase the T lymphocytes and stuff like that, to try and also overcome both Jabba the Hutt and reduce the amount of cancer in the body. So vitamin D status, very, very important. Vitamin D is very important in regulating the immune system. You really need to get it right up there. For a lot of cardiovascular disease, vitamin D is important, between a 175 to 200. Dad's 183, so he's top up there, and I've maintained him over 175 now for a few years. And even though he did Jabba the Hutt and all that, no runaway, he's doing taurine, he's doing meat and all that, because I've got the high end. I'm pushing all these other elements, peptides and all that, to make sure his immune system's, Jabba the Hutt's been less of a problem for him in that regard. So we've been using the other stuff concurrently, which normally I would not recommend because I can't, I feel unethically. But Dad's my experimental animal, and he's willing to take the risk. And I think I know what I'm doing in that regard, because we haven't seen explosive cancer. It's actually regressed with a recent test. So I'm less concerned in that regard. But at the same time, I can't recommend. I don't know what this person's state is. I know exactly where Dad is in terms of his cancer growth, everything. This person, I've got no idea. So I have to be when I'm recommending things, I've got to be very ethical and very careful, because I can't do no harm, so to speak. So use the protocol, reduce Mr. Spiky in the body, and then you're going to get far better outcome. Simple as that. Anyway, hello to you as well. Just chill. Tom, thanks, mate, again for your support. Richard, yes, yes. Lovely people, yes. Subscribers only, as you know. Scotty, how are you, mate? Good to have you back, Harry. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, Joe. Have you been? Have I been? How is your family, your father? And so I think I've covered all that. Um, yeah, it's been a bit quiet on the social media front, definitely. But Dad's had his few hiccups, health hiccups, and stuff like that. Cataracts, which we're trying to sort out, trying to go through. My sister's get a call tomorrow and try and see whether we can move him up the list. We'll see, because they stuffed up. But anyway, I just told her, be diplomatic. Please do be diplomatic. Don't make them angry. So yeah. Anyway, shit happens. Uh, yeah, those sort of regular things. A few family members with some issues. Uh, my uncle's, but he's sad dieter, still struggling, won't take anything. So I did recommend a number of things he could do to my auntie, but pretty much he said he just ignores me as well, not only you. So yeah, I think my uncle's just decided I'm just going to go out the way I want to go out, which is fair enough. Yeah. So his choice, his life. Did ancient people consume alcohol? Yes and no. Some did, some didn't. Even tribal people had certain medicinal things, either plants or certain fermented, like there was even some fermented animal um, foods that actually had like an alcohol effect as well. So in that regard, people have been doing. Obviously, once carbohydrates came along, they've been able to create more things like beer and things like that, in particular wine and beer from plants, particular, which is the big ones. But they really, are a product of civilization, not a product of Paleolithic people or pastoral or tribal people, which usually either use some medicinal plants to get a high. It could give them a high. Mushrooms are one thing, and a few other things. Certain plants that could be smoked and like that. I know the Inuit the Inuit even gave their children tobacco, not only themselves. And we know that the tobacco actually causes endothelial dysfunction due to not the tarring that's in the lungs. For the endothelium, it's actually the nicotine. It actually has negative effects in terms of nitric oxide synthetase, which is the enzyme. It sort of causes some issues there. But even that, I suspect, from the slightly high fish consumption and so slightly high omega-3s, that may have been compensating for the Inuit. Seems like it. But it seems like their species' appropriate diet was creating this inverse relationship, because they weren't getting any lung cancer and they weren't getting any issues. Now, they weren't heavily smoking, it was just social thing, but they were in that regard, and still do now far more than they used to. G'day, Bjorn. One day, traditional Norwegian diet, very high in fatty fish, is necessary to maintain good health and thrive in winter. As I've said in a video that I did on the Inuit ages ago, the reason why the Inuit, I believe, consume 70% seafood, in particular fish, is because they're getting high levels of taurine, and taurine increases brown adipose tissue, and that also increases the the heating of the body. So a lot of people that I know that even eat like a carnivore diet, when I tell them to supplement in winter taurine, they wear less clothing, they feel warmer, they increase their endogenous heat amount of uncoupled mitochondrial activity, wasting away heat. And it seems that taurine has an effect on that, especially in the brown adipose tissue. So if you're in a colder climate without the modern comms, the modern infrastructure, I would say a fish diet would be probably very indicated for those sort of people. And most of those people do have some level of adaptation as well, compared to people further south in Europe. So it varies in that regard. Yes, it has. What should women focus on eating during menstruation? I don't think they really need to do a lot of different things, personally, in that regard. So there are a few things that seem to work better. Um, so for women, I find that when women consume a bit more fat than men compared to protein, it seems to work better for them. Men seem to need a bit more protein compared. They still need fat, but a bit more protein compared to fat. Where women seem to, for their hormones to be better regulated, seem to require more fat compared to protein. So it's usually that sort of 1 to 1 and 1.2 to 0.8 difference between men and women in the way they eat, to have better regulations of that. Now, obviously, with modern people as well, there are other issues. We live in a modern environment where we're more affected by more toxins, and there can be some derangements in terms of estrogen and a few other things. And I found that sometimes women may need to take boron for a period of time, like 12 milligrams per. Don't take it for too long at very high doses, because you can create electrolyte imbalances, and you can actually create a mild magnesium and potassium deficiency. Not a good idea. So you start at 12 for a week, drop down to 9 next week, drop down to 6 the third week, and drop down to 3, which is equivalent to 2 avocados in the fourth week, and then you go through for about 3 months, and that's it for the year. And that should stabilize a lot of the sort of, if hormones have been out of whack for whatever reason. There can be gut microbiome issues that can actually also happen, and women seem to be more susceptible to these things. It is with C19, basic and Jabba the Hutt. We've seen reductions in bifidobacteria, or sometimes nearly complete elimination of it. It's that low, and lactobacillus, and that can also create derangements and all that. And it means that certain pathogenic bacteria can grow, which can actually break down the biofilm, of the bile. When you're excreting bile, and it's got a biofilm around toxins, because you're getting rid of it, you've excreted excess certain things and estrogens and whatever else, hormones. You need then to get it out. If there's more of these other certain types of bacteria that can break down this biofilm, then you can reabsorb, and it can create certain derangements in your hormones, and particularly in periods of the menstrual cycle, women can actually suffer far more acute effects as a consequence. And in the sort of menopausal state as well, this happens in both those. I know it happened in my younger sister, and I put her on calcium deglutarate. Calcium deglutarate has the ability to inhibit this from happening in the colon, so you get rid of that stuff. So that's another thing people can take is calcium deglutarate. Sometimes just taking that eliminates all the symptoms. It improves even your menstrual cycles. So that's an option. So it's playing around. Obviously, a carnivore diet, being a bit cleaner in that regard, is going to be beneficial, slightly more fat compared to protein for women. But then there's these other elements as well that are important. There's a lot of ways. I mean, you can fast to get fat adapted. You can consume very little protein and have a couple of days of eating extra fat, deliberate to force your body to utilize fat more than anything else. So there's a few different strategies. I've heard people basically just having can't remember who actually somebody said it. One of the influencers does like a day. She does a day. I think it may be Bella. It could be Bella. I'm not sure. Like does a day of when she wants a reset, a day of butter, a butter day. Well, she'll eat a few other things, but not much. Mostly, most of the fat will come from butter to try and just because butter also has more medium chain triglycerides and short chain fatty acids, so more for ketone bodies to sort of force this sort of fat adaptation issue. Um, Seems to work for her. So these are sort of options that people can try and play around with. And then, I mean, at the end of the day, you still have to measure with it, some sort of ketone measurement to really know whether it's working or not. So it's, yeah. Anyway, yes, good point, Scotty. Ah, yes, thank you. And thanks for the dogs as well. Appreciate it. Was I muted? Probably. I don't know. Maybe. Excuses, Harry. Oh, well, somebody has to make them up. Got to blame somebody. See, feelings are very important, Scotty, in the DEI world. My dear friends at Google and YouTube and Facebook, all those lovely people at the World Economic Forum, they consider feelings of being very important. To be DEI compliant, I have to basically, I have to blame others because my feelings are important. Remember that. Stop being a bigot, Scotty. Or cancel you, DIY. Oh, my end. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, Trigan. Yeah. Good evening, Terminated Harry. Terminated. Thanks, Trigan. Should we have vivid dreams every night? Not really. We sometimes have, we sometimes don't. It varies from people to people and all that. I have to say that the more carnivorous I am, I usually get um, can sometimes have vivid dreams. It sort of varies in that regard. But it does vary with me. Sometimes I can remember my dreams, sometimes I can't. There's a lot of variability. So, yeah, the Fink under the Black Rock has a happy alliance with Keir Starmer's. Oh, yes, he does. Larry's a nice fellow, Scotty. How dare you, you bigoted Aussie, calling Finn under a black rock? Larry's a wonderful individual. Him and Klaus Schwab and the other crazies in that organisation. Lovely people. Absolutely lovely people. Harari, all he wants is to see the world with no humans and AI gods. He wants to be an AI god himself. You know, a perfect utopia, I would say. You know, but bigots like Scotty will always disagree. How dare Harari, Larry, and Klaus, why are you destroying their dream? They've got feelings as well. So bigoted Scotty towards the feelings of these lovely people. Yes. They're the sort of people I'd like to terminate. Send back a Terminator, lock and load. Back in time. Yes. You know the sort of. That's probably the only thing Arnie would be useful for, sending him back as a Terminator. Tom, how are you, mate? Uh, my Irish friend, how are you? Hope you guys are putting up a good battle out of Ireland. I hear. Good on yous. Keep up the good work. Welcome back, Harry. Glad to have you back. Stay naughty. Well, Harry Nater. Yeah, Harry Nader. Yes, yes. You're giving me some bad ideas. And my dear friends at BlackRock are probably monitoring this communication. Mm. Yes, we live in very, very interesting times, to say the least. There's more crazies out in the street and more sane people locked up, yeah, especially in the UK. God, little grandmothers put up something on Facebook and get locked up. Freaking crazy ass. It's like a mad show in that country. God. But yeah, Australia's going down that sort of path as well, unfortunately. So, God. So it's definitely a concerning time, to say the least. Really a concerning time. Um, yeah, some of the legislation is trying to push in this country and around the world. Yeah, and you would think with Trump coming out that they're just trying to double down. They're just trying to get anything they can through the system and hoping that it will stick to some extent. Anyway, that's my deuterium depleted water, my low D water. So I'm not that concerned about consuming that water. It's not tap water. It's not as cold. I had it in the fridge. It's a warm day here today. It was very humid in Hobart. It's been the weather not terribly overly sunny, but sort of in that sort of state. Can't complain too much. Yes, yes, it was. Yes, I was in the gulag. The chains have been broken. I'm free at last. Free at last. What are your thoughts on DHT and male pattern baldness? Is it just the metabolism or clearance issues going on? Remember, I have alopecia and balding genes and was golden bald and sort of alopecia and stuff like that. Now you don't see that issue with me. So carnivore diet does really help. But I think also if it's far more complicated than people are talking about. Remember, you may get a vegan that may have high free testosterone. And you go, oh, that person's got high. And then Sean Baker, who just does exercise like mad all the time, has much lower. And you go, well, how can he have lower and this little runt that's skinny like that doesn't? Well, it's like, having free iron in your body. That's not a good thing. It's either in ferritin, it's being transported at a physiological level, a proper physiological level, or there's too much in the bloodstream and that's a problem. Bloody hell, wind's picked up. The windows are rattling. Oh, nice. What a beautiful day it's turning out into. So when you actually increase exercise, what happens? Around your muscles, musculoskeletal, including bones, the receptor sites that take up testosterone actually increase. So the blood levels go down. It's actually been utilised. Having more in the bloodstream doesn't necessarily mean it's actually a positive thing. It could also mean you're not uptaking it. You're producing something, an excess in hormones, whether testosterone can actually cause hormonal imbalances. And that's why we use a good gallbladder. Oh, that's right. Plant-based people who have high T3 tend to have a stuffed gallbladder. Oh, that's right. Remember that video that I did? And means that they can't excrete the excess estrogens, the excess, all these hormones, DHT or whatever else. Oh, that's right. And so the sad diet is all mostly eating carbs. Oh, I'm getting it. That's why DHT metabolites stay in the bloodstream for longer and potentially get to follicles and to the periphery and cause some issues. Oh, now I'm getting it. See why a carbohydrate-rich diet can be a problem? Because it's not a reductionist thing, which people get fixated. These are sort of, I'll be covering a lot of this in future anti-Ray Peat videos, and explaining in detail how a lot of this works. And I've already got a Ray Peat playlist, and I've already dealt with these cockwombles who haven't got no idea what they're talking about because they're reductionists in their thinking. They see a pathway and they extrapolate from that everything. That's ridiculous. The body is a dynamic system. You have to have an engineer's mind like I have, because I come from an engineering background, sort of faculty. We think differently. We think system, interacting and all that. And we know when this lever gets pulled, this lever affects this, and all that. Much more complicated. And when you understand how the body actually works in the proper way, then you understand, you go, oh, okay. So people that are chasing high testosterone or chasing high this or high that, I say, no. It's the wrong way of viewing it. It's the proper regulation of all these hormones and everything. That is what determines whether the body works properly. It's the derangements in hormonal homeostasis that actually cause the problems. And that's why no medication, no cream, no nothing will fix that unless you get on a species appropriate diet and some biohacks that are required, particular for people that have certain rare genes and stuff like that, to correct them. Riboflavin is a big one with that. There seems to be intersecting a whole lot of different enzymatic pathways, including MTHFR, which I've got, methylation, one of the key. 4-year video called Methylation Part 1 sort of explains all that if anybody's got MTHFR and needs to learn. So, again, the clearance of these metabolites are dependent on a good gallbladder. And if you're on a high carbohydrate, high T3, that's why reverse T3 removes it out of the system so it doesn't go over high. And because that people on a SAD diet have a derangement, they end up getting into hypo far too much, which means muscle loss and also gallbladder that's completely and utterly dysfunctional and can't detox, can't clear out excess hormones or whatever, let alone the other things that could be in the gut, as I said earlier, that could cause issues as well. The calcium D-glutarate sort of sorts out. All these things are related because they come from being inflamed, by being on the species inappropriate way of living and eating and stuff like that. And there's some variability depending on the sort of dietary practices that people have. But fundamentally, it's being on the wrong species, on a non-species appropriate diet that caused a lot of these problems. You know, so you see with me, you know, hair, plenty of hair. You know, does it come out? You know, do you see any hair follicles there? No. You know, why? I don't get hair in the shower, stuff like that, and my hair's quite thick, considering that I do have the genetics, which I've shown before, and that's for a future video, which I'll show again. It's in old. Can't remember my 23andMe password at the moment because I haven't opened it up for ages. But anyway, I have to look it up. So, practically speaking, and the only things that I've got this white thing here, and the reason for that is simple. I have genetics for all my relatives on my mother's side, including my sisters, went white, as like the white goats, in their mid-30s. For some reason, because I tended to eat more animal foods than them, I held out more. And the more animal foods I do is I've inhibited far more than they have. So I don't have to use any dyes. Even if it had gone completely white, I still wouldn't use any dyes. I'm not that vain. I just would accept what's genetically dished out to them. Thanks, mate. DC! Oh, yes. Thank you, mate. Yeah, welcome back, Harry. What a nice surprise. Yes. I'm back. He's back. He's out of his cage. They've unleashed him. He's off the leash. Yes, they even got rid of, DC, you won't believe it. Not only did they get rid of the strike, they even got rid of the warning that I got years ago. You know, remember the warning that I got about 3.5 or 4 years ago? I got a warning, that initial thing, that I was a bad boy and I needed to be spanked. Larry didn't turn up to do it. He sent an AI at the time. So they even got rid of that. I think the Trump man that's been elected has, let's say, caused some discomfort, anxiety in some of the tech billionaires. Yes. Jonathan. One of my in-laws causes glassing of the lung processing at 10% loss over the 3 years. Did you do to improve the lungs? Taurine, antifibrotic, breaks down. And the other thing that I would also use is alpha lipoic acid. It really helps with this as well, both in the lungs and in the liver. So for people that are healthy, they should not do these high electron donors. They can be problematic and create side effects. But people who have a lot of fibrosis, damage and stuff like that, they need to use alpha lipoic acid. Alpha lipoic acid is very useful for that. You put it twice. You need to be spanked, Scotty. You need to be spanked. Then he criticises Martin. Oh, that we've already covered that. Putting multiple questions, Martin. Oh, God. Just chill. Thoughts on Bill Gates giving UK milk cows the 3-NOP chemical? He's a humanitarian. How dare you chill? He's a wonderful man, an absolute humanitarian, the salt of the earth. They should build statues for Bill Gates. How dare you, you bigot? Yeah, somebody should hang something around his neck. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's a wonderful creature, isn't he, old Bill? Yes, likes to, let's say, play God and play scientist. I'm a scientist. Uh, you're a, aren't you in IT? And weren't you a dropout? Uh, you know, because he's a scientist, apparently. Uh, Anybody can be one then. I can't believe that governments are allowing this to happen. It's simple as that. Because we've never put things like this in the food supply. So yeah, it's a crazy world. We're living in a crazy world. There's not been any research, any efficacy, but you only have to look. They're repurposing all all the vaccines as if the traditional vaccines didn't work fine. They're repurposing the whole lot. What does that tell you? They don't give a shit. It's all about profit. Because with mRNA, you can actually make them cheaper and you can make them more profitable. It's all the margins. Like, you think that traditional vaccines are like traditional food, and the new mRNA, even though they do harm, they're more profitable. It's the same thing with processed food. It's all about profit. These people just want more money, more wealth, more power. They don't care. We're garbage to them, pretty much. Just keep that in mind. We are garbage. As far as they're concerned, we're garbage. And they just want to extract as much as they can. They don't want to kill us outright, but they want to basically weaken us, be more controllable, more brainwashed, and everything else. No problem, mate. See you. See you on the Zoom. So, yeah. Hello, Harry from France. Cyril, how are you, mate? Jim, Jim Stephenson Jr. said it's toxic to supplement with vitamin D, and having low vitamin D levels doesn't necessarily mean you're deficient. What are your thoughts of this bullshit, basically? I don't even know the guy, but I haven't looked into him, so I can't really tell you where he's coming from, what his arguments are, and what his basis for this. But I haven't seen anything that really makes me question anything like that. Because I see whether you're getting it from a supplement or whether you're getting it from an animal food, it's coming in the same way, it's using the same pathways, it's using the lipoproteins in the same way. So where's the issue? There is no issue. And the body has the ability to regulate, when it's working properly, any of these hormones or any of these micronutrients. So for something to be toxic, you must show it to be toxic. And that's not being demonstrated. Excess amounts, hypervitaminosis is not toxicity. It's hypervitaminosis. That's a different issue altogether. Toxicity means that it has acute effect on the body that could kill you or could cause a lot of oxidative stress or inflammation or that. Now, seed oils inside that, that doesn't mean the vitamin D is the problem. It's the seed oils that they put in some low quality vitamin Ds. That's a different thing altogether. I rail against that, so does Bart. But to claim that vitamin D itself is the problem, that's pushing it a bit too far, as far as I'm concerned. And vitamin D, there's a lot of receptors in our body. We need vitamin D, and it varies between the amount of storage and the amount of that we use in the body. Populations have been taking it from the food supply in colder climates far more, and they don't have an issue. So just because it raises LDL-C, not an issue whatsoever. Doesn't create any pathology. People in those societies have centenarians, and the Framingham studies showed highest cholesterol live longer. So it's nonsense. You have to demonstrate with real research, not anecdotes, or that doesn't count. could be hypovitaminosis. Hypovitaminosis is not toxicity, it's hypovitaminosis excess, which somebody may have over-medicated themselves. That's a different issue altogether. So, yeah, I don't buy that sort of nonsense at all. And I think it's problematic and at best. My father's, because he doesn't get out in the sun much, even he wears a lot of clothing, he's got, doesn't get out as much. As a consequence, he's more indoors for most of the time. And he's one of 5,000 I use all year round. Uses a liposomal one with a coconut-based thing. Not an issue, so there's no rancid oils, no nothing like that. And his vitamin D levels are about, with the food, he gets some food source stuff at around 183. Absolutely no problems whatsoever. That's at the therapeutic level. I get him in winter to go up to 10,000, and in summer and all the other months to go down to 5. And when he gets like a cold or whatever, to up his vitamin D through that period. And he hasn't had any problems. So kidneys are improving, and if you're going to get calcification in soft tissue, that's what would happen. And if you're eating dairy and you're getting menoquinones, then vitamin K2 and stuff like that's not going to be an issue. So I don't see where the issue is. These people who are making the claims need to demonstrate with robust science exactly where the issue. Anecdotes don't count. Oh, one of my clients did this. Really? Yeah, it's nonsense. I don't buy it. Personally, mate, I don't. Because if it was a problem, you would see it through a lot of the population. You wouldn't see it with small amounts of people. You would see it with large amounts of people. So, we don't. And so I've got to be very careful when anybody making a claim. Yeah, a lot of people make a lot of sort of claims. Now, I need to go down with that super chat. Thanks, mate. Appreciate the sticker. Unfortunately, we can't have the little character on the. It's just StreamYard sort of the way it does it. So would have been nice to have the little character there, but yeah, thank you. Now, who the hell was I? Yeah. Hey, could you have pastoral genetics and still have adverse reaction to dairy? Yeah, look, if you've got leaky gut, you've got things like that, yeah. I got a test recently that shows below average calcium. However, whenever I consume dairy, I get acne. That means you've probably got leaky gut. Vitamin D and taurine actually fix leaky gut, and so do some of the sort of collagen-related amino acids. So a bit of extra, like pig's fat and the skin of the pig, so to speak, like rind and stuff like that can be useful. Um, trying to restore proper functioning of of your gut would be how long would it take? It could take a few months. Depends on what the underlying issue is and stuff like that. If you need to investigate it properly, you can actually consult with Bart Kay or somebody like Jonathan that's on Carnivore Muscle. and consult with him as well, depending on who you can get. So, and have a bit of a discussion. I think Jonathan's a bit more up to scratch on the calcium side than Bart, because I've had conversations with Jonathan about calcium. So if you've got those sort of genetics, he may be more appropriate to interact with. But I would suspect there would be those genetics at play, because we don't see it with most other carnivores. We only see it with this small group of carnivores where they may have slightly higher elevated sort of levels of blood sugar or tricks or, certain funny things, certain arrhythmias manifest slightly different because there's probably some other genetics at play, some variability. And so I'm starting to investigate some of the other genes, some of the other pathways that could interact with these main pastoral pathways, because there's a lot of calcium genes. It's not one. There's a lot of them. There's the major ones, but there's some other secondary ones, and so I'm still. There's, I have my little what I call side researches, little things on the side that I go back to and look a bit deeper into, and so I'm still investigating some of these aspects. Um, Maybe I'll see some other interaction or relationship and interplay between certain genes and certain ways of eating or certain ways of behaviour or whatever. There's always little bits and pieces that sort of pop up. Yeah. Anyway, Phil the Kid. It's been a while, mate. It's been a while, hasn't it? Welcome back, Harry. Do you have any ideas, protocols for a friend who pulled or forced away in order to take the suffer blood clotting problems? Okay. Check the link. Yes, you're talking about Jabba the Hutt. Check the link. I've actually, I've pinned at the top of the chat box. I've pinned the study, and I talked about it earlier. So figure 3 has the protocol. If he's on any meds or whatever, he needs to use lubrockinase, not nattokinase. If he's got any type of endothelial issue like bruising or stuff like that, has a tendency of bleeding more and stuff like that, can't take nattokinase, must take lubrockinase. Yeah, I wish this doctor would update his damn protocol on the lubrockinase, nattokinase issue. Anyway, but I'll leave it at that. Yes, please use the Q if you want your answer. If you want questions answered, you've got to use the Q as stated by Jonathan. If you use the Q, you get your answer answered. If you don't use the Q, you don't get your question answered. It's simple as that. Okay? So that was a video on the Maasai. So, okay? This is the longevity video on the Maasai. Thanks, Scotty. And this one is obviously the one on Mary Ruddock, the playlist and all that. You need some inspiration, mate. I can't help you. I'm at the other end, remember? Uh, yes, don't put Q before questions if you want spanking. Anika, behave yourself. Uh, Me and Anika have a love for cheeses, don't we? Yes, we do. Good hugs. 10 seconds. Anyway, this is me on a good day. Uh, I'll stop. Some of these questions could actually be helpful for Harry to answer. Okay. What's this about yogurt? Question. I eat a lot of yogurt. Is supermarket yogurt good, or should I make my own? Look, I eat yogurt as well from supermarket. Just get a good quality one. No preservatives, no sugars, no crap in it. I get a pot one, which is a Greek yogurt. It's dry, doesn't have a lot of watery stuff like that because they put water in. When they put water in, you know what it is? It's tap water, deuterium, and may even have fluoride. So when they're basically using, it's the yogurt is firm, like in the Greek yogurt. It's pot in a pot type pot placed. It usually tends to be okay. So there's only a few brands that do it like that. Most of them are full of water. So think deuterium, extra deuterium, full of preservatives, full of emulsifiers, which are bad for your gut lining, breaks down the mucosal in your gut lining and mucosal layers. And there is anecdotes even in the mucosal layers around your nose and stuff like that. Could be problematic for certain viruses. You know what I mean? So these emulsifiers are not good to be in the diet. Remember, you've got mucosal layers in your mouth. These emulsifiers come in, they break them down, people. If This is why we need to cut out these processed foods with emulsifiers. You're really affecting your ability to protect yourself from pathogens and all sorts of things. So gotta stop this sort of stuff, this processed food. It's really bad. So the emulsifiers that are coming through in the processed food is a problem. Um, Obviously fructose, the fruit shit that they put in some varieties and all that. So there's a lot of problems with most of the yogurt in supermarkets. Um, so stick to the plain Greek yogurt that's firm, no water type. Yalna is one which is a sort of a big production, thing, but it seems to be of the mainstream yogurts. It seems to be one of the better ones in that regard. I do buy it now and then. I do buy some others as well, some more artesian ones and stuff like that. I have made in the past, but I got bored doing it, um, or lazy doing it, or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I was trying to work out why so many people getting 10 seconds bans while I was looking for Harry Vid to link. Remember, put Q before the question, people. Yes, yes. Was that you, Jonathan? Oh, it seems it was. I'm not going to argue with you. You're monitoring. I'm not. I'm just reading the stuff. I leave it up to your discretion to work out what you want to allow and what you don't. So weird one. Apologies. How would one minimise the effects of oral, vaporized, medical? CBS, Origin, Pepperin, anything else. I want to ensure I'm not upping the dose too quickly. Lower bounds seem to have some hormetic and seem to have some effect on certain pathways, both in the brain and in the nervous type system. There's no really long-term studies. Let me be honest. There aren't, Jonathan. I don't know of any. Any people can argue that there's a lot of anecdotes that they've actually getting some benefits, especially if they've got pain and they're dealing with a number of things like yourself. But I think you need to play around to get the right dose, what works for you in a sense. These things do have side effects. We don't know long-term ramifications of any of this stuff. There's a lot of anecdotes people tell you short-term, but long-term, I could not argue either way. For most people, I would say no. For people with, circumstances like yourself, it may be an alternative to even worse medication that could create addictions and all sorts of problems, health problems, far worse from what you would get from big pharma. But obviously, a lot of this sort of comes with some caveats. I have to be honest about this. It does come with some caveats. So, move down until I can find a queue. Oh, there's another queue from Johnny. As I said, if you want your questions answered, you've got to put a queue in front of it. Because I've fallen so behind, I have to go for the queues only. Hi, Harry. Thoughts on using sweet wormwood to what? Harry, thoughts on using sweet warm wood or D wood or versus deworming. Oh, worming, sweet worm or yeah, I don't really know much about it. That sort of stuff. Um, yeah, yeah, couldn't really tell you in that regard. I think the only one that really has efficaciousness when it comes to deworming, are we talking about humans, is something like ivermectin. Um, about the other ones, I have no idea. I haven't looked into them, so I can't recommend anything that I haven't researched or assessed. So yeah, that's all I can give you for that. Um, oh, read yours. Yep, yep. That was in a queue, queue, queue. Right. Let me see that. Thank you. There is one interesting one here. You didn't put a Q. Oh, it wasn't a question anyway, statement. Harry, I used injectable glutathione this year for contest preparation and walked away from the competition this year with better blood markers than I was when I started with. I'm looking into QAT for data. Uh, well, when it comes to injectable glutathione, it's probably more stable. I wouldn't get it in a supplement. It degrades shit. But injectable, yes, it's in sort of a solution that is keeps it quite stable in comparison in that regard. So I have heard of people doing injectable glutathione, but yeah, it can be a bit pricey if you do too many. So okay, yep, we'll chat about it at some stage. Yeah, injectable glutathione. There's a lot of. I've been playing around with a few things with a number of people with peptides and injectable peptides and all sorts of things. Um, they can be useful. In particular, people wanting to improve their immune system, like TA1, just getting them injecting in that. Now that Dad's sort of getting into the stage where I'm going to play around with some injectables with him as well. So I'm going to buy some TA1 peptides as well, and I'll inject them myself because he won't. Because um, I'm I can't buy them yet, and I'll explain why. Because I'm still negotiating me injecting him. He's not convinced. So he goes, "Can't I get this orally?" I said, "It doesn't actually work as in the it's injectable is better." So he goes, "Do you have to inject me in my stomach?" And I go, "That's the safest place because it's in fat cells." So yeah, it's still being negotiated with Dad. So yeah, I don't have a problem with injections at all. He does. He's one of those people. Mum didn't, I don't. But Dad doesn't like injections. A friend of mine, he'll pass out if he gets injected. He's really, yeah. So, yeah, there are people like that where I don't have a problem injecting myself or injecting others. Uh, yeah, it's just trying to convince the others. So, yeah, it's a work in progress with Dad, for trying to convince him to do some injectable peptides. So, anyway, we'll see how that plays out in the next year or so. Um, yeah, I'm hoping that he changes his mind, that because he's seen all these other benefits, the things that we've done for him and helped him. I'm just, I'm hoping that he sort of thinks about it. He doesn't look too bad for a 90-year-old as well. Um, Obviously, he's done a lot of damage in his life and all that. But in the last couple of years, he's been doing a bit more touring and all that. And even Hello Kitty, one of my next door neighbour, she comes on sometimes. She says his skin is so really good for his age. So, but I've had him on that I didn't have him on niacin so much because he can't hack it so much. He tried it for a period of time and he was getting the skin irritation you get from niacin. He just gets, well, I got a lot of complaints, let's put it that way. So he bitched and moaned and all that sort of stuff. So that didn't work. So then I did nicotinamide. So I used that, and I also um, did a period where I increased his. I got cognitive oil to just up slightly to regulate better the MMPs in his skin, which you tend to have more when you get older. So you slightly need a bit more retinol support, and his levels are a bit lower, so I sort of bumped them up a bit. And also he's been doing higher doses of taurine now for some time, a number of years now, and it shows. His skin is much better. His general body he looks better for what he's been doing in the last decade compared to other people his age. So when you compare other 90-year-olds with Dad looks like he's in his 70s. They look like they're beyond 90s, if you know what I mean, or even people that are in their 80s. So that has helped him. Some of the some of the other sulfurs like MMS. He's been doing MMS far more than I have, like heavy. So he's doing about 6 grams. He's been doing now for a number of years, quite a bit. His hair's much stronger. His nails are much stronger. A lot of things like that, pretty strong. But also this helps with the collagen structures in your skin as well. And that's sort of helped do a number of improvements. Different parts, it's a bit funny. In some parts of his skin, like his face and a few other parts, it seems to be better than other parts. So I'm not really sure why. I haven't really worked that out in that regard, but it's interesting in that regard. Um, so at least he was getting a lot of these bald spots and alopecia because he's got the same genetics as me, and that's gone. So that's good. So remember, Dad's not a carnivore. He's not on a species appropriate diet. He still eats some, biscuits and still eats some carbs and stuff like that. He's upped his carbohydrates. So, we're not talking about somebody on a carnivore diet. We're talking about somebody who is not on a carnivore diet. And then I use a lot of other interventions to deal with his cancer, to deal with all these other things, because he is a naughty boy sometimes. Okay? So, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, because it's below the 130. So, yeah, deuterium depleted water, and it's not as expensive. Mine is 136 ppm. Cheers. It's got low DI. I order it from Melbourne, and they send it over from a company over there. So there are other companies online people can find. Look up low D or DDW on 25 or 105, or there's a lot of companies in America as well. There's glacial water with low deuterium that some companies are selling. There's all sorts of things. Just have to check their third party testing to validate that their product is at that level that they are claiming. So just keep that in mind. But if you've got something which is low deuterium and you do a couple of weeks and lowers your deuterium threshold, you will feel much better. That's true. Thanks, Jonathan. You look great for 58. An inspiration to old looking young geezers like me. True, true. Yes. As one guy at work said, are you aging backwards, Harry? Because I looked like shit at 44 when I had my heart condition. I had, like I showed earlier, now because it's the discoloration, you'll have to go to the earlier video where I showed that I don't have any wrinkles here. I used to have massive wrinkles here, and even, you can frown, you can see the frown lines and all that. When I'm not frowning, see how flat, and firm it is, and even the skin here, how elasticity it pops back. That's elasticity. You got to eat piggy for that, and sulfurs, because the keratin that binds those the collagen structures and pulls them together. You need sulfurs. Like MSM is really good for the hair, for the binding, so you don't break your hair. All this breaking of hair is not enough sulfur. Okay, MSM can really correct that really fast. It's a bit of a cheat, you could say. Thing. Another thing. Remember, what do you think? Women with cellulite. What do you think that is? It's the collagen structures that are broken up in certain places, gaps, and some of the fat gets popped out and creates those lumpy sort of areas. That's what it is. Guess what MSM does? Good nails, good hair, ladies, and less cellulite. Okay? So you want to reduce that, get the sulfurs up, particularly MSM. Vanity. You might as well play on it. Everybody's got a bit of it. What do you think about glycerol as a sweetener? Um, I'm looking at alternative. Glycine is sweet. Yes, it is. And it also is a precursor to glutathione, as is cysteine, and and things like certain minerals that you sort of need, like selenium and a couple of others in lesser amounts. Yes, but yeah, glycine is exactly sweet. You can actually. I had actually added it to. I did created a keto cake years ago when I was keto, and to sweeten it up, I did put a whole lot of glycine in it. I remember doing that. Yeah, it was a long time ago. God, bring back old memories. My keto days. DJ Projectus, how are you, mate? I'm out of the gulag, mate. I'm out of the gulag. Free at last. I'm back in swing. Still on. How do I know if my plaque is calcified or not? You have to scan, mate. I don't have X-ray vision, and I'm not God, so no idea. You would have to X-ray. Sorry, you would have to get it scanned. 3 months low dose statins, and then maybe um, inflammation blood tests as well. CRP. Yeah, I'd look at the CRP because if your CRP is not going down, there's got to be something. It may be environmental. Mold is one thing, and mold can also make like it can go into soft plaque and all that and cause some derangements in that as well. It's not a good thing. So if you've got mold exposure, that can make some of the inflammatory markers go up. So there's a lot. It's not just the diet, guys. It's in lifestyle, it's environment, where you work, where you live. Dampness, all sorts of things. We need to be a bit for our health. We need to be a bit more proactive. Okay, we're not living in a savanna, dry, grounded and earthed and in the sun, and that's not our lifestyle. We live in these artificial sort of environments that we've created for ourselves. And that's the lubricants that I was talking about before. So no, I wouldn't put in coffee. God. I just put extra milk and a bit of cream to give it taste. That's what I do. Actually, now that reminds me, I've got that other cream. Yeah, the date's a bit on the thickly side, so I'll have to be a bit careful on the date. Anyway, any other use. No more Q. Oh, Christina, how are you? NR, NMN, but no use for taking straight NAD. Your opinion, please. Not necessary. Um, David Sinclair's been proven to be a crackpot, and his efficacious sort of arguments are, let's say, piss poor. We don't need a lot. As I said, you do not. If you once you get into the like 1 gram or more, it inhibits a whole lot of pathways, affects gluconeogenesis and a whole lot of other regulations. It deranges you. Excess isn't better. On the opposite, it also suppresses CD39. Sorry, CD38, which is a cytokine, and that cytokine tells the immune system that here there's a damaged cell that shouldn't go cancerous. I'm not saying it's going to cause cancer, but if it evades the immune system by putting too much of this, there is a risk that you've created there that didn't exist before. CD38 cytokine signaling isn't there for laughing matter. NAD goes down as more senescent cells are created that are generating cytokine in the CD38, telling the immune system. That's why you can't use a reductionist approach. You've got to use this sort of approach and say, more senescence, we need Physatin, we need things like senolytics, a stronger immune system to clear out those damaged cells that to be replaced. That's what we need to do, not these sort of things. Now, if you're going to do any B, you don't, these are expensive things. In the end, they all turn into niacin. All of them, Christine, they all turn into niacin. And all these metabolites that are made up, once they get cleaved off and broken down, they all turn into niacin. They end up going through the same pathway, the niacin pathway. Oops. So what do you need expensive supplements when you can get a pharmaceutical grade niacin at 250? You can snap it in half, use 125. Whatever you get from the food, you get around 200 odd. Spill over 300, you're fine. You got more than you need. And through the salvage pathway, you get more nicotinamide to support any functions within the skin, to hydrate the skin, because you need nicotinamide. That's where it helps, supplementing to get better hydration of the skin. It looks better. Another little biohack for you ladies out there: less creams and powders, and get better hydration through biohacking properly your skin. MSM, nicotinamide, the thing that comes through the salvage pathway, and it look like well, maybe, depends. I won't claim that you look like $1 million. You know, there's a threshold. Let's put it that way. But no, I would not be mucking around and wasting my money on expensive NR and NMN, which basically you can get niacin, which is much cheaper. Now you want the stuff that causes the flushing, not the stuff that doesn't cause it. Because if it's not causing the flushing, it can be problematic long-term use. The non-flushing in the liver, not a good thing. So I use the flushing one and just have a lower dose. And if you want to get it naturally, eat more piggy. Tuna, piggy, very good sources of niacin. So best animal sources of niacin. And because we're on a low inflammatory diet, we just need more taurine to create melatonin inside the mitochondria to basically restore better mitochondrial function, unless deuterium can damage them. Niacin isn't going to really do it, because if they're damaged, NAD cannot be used, can it, in a damaged environment? All you're going to do is cause signaling imbalances and potentially undermine evade immunity for senescent cells. Not a good thing. So, amazing clarification. That's why I asked. Not a problem. Yes. Unfortunately, a lot of these people see things in a reductionist way. They don't see it in this interplay of how one affects the other. They ignore the immune system, the importance of signaling for the immune system to clear out damaged cells. When they put this thing in, they go, oh, that's going to energize the cells. Well, you're not going to get much, a small percentage, which you'll get if you eat a species-appropriate diet with low deuterium. You'll get the nanomotors spinning faster because there's less deuterium to impede them and affect them. And so more, low deuterium sources from the fat that will create metabolic water, which has, hydrogen, which doesn't have deuterium, and that hydrogen will provide through the electron chain. The pumps will pump through, strip, the enzymes will strip at a subatomic molecular level. That's the quantum biology, strip the damn things, and use the electrons to power the electron chain and the proton gradients to power the nanomotors to produce the ATP, which we need to repair and heal our body. More energy, like young people, they repair faster. Deuterium slows your mitochondria down. That is the problem. Hydrate with fat, not with water. And if you're going to consume any water, low deuterium stuff only. Cheers. Anyway. God, I could be a salesman for low deuterium water the way I'm going. Anyway, we will not do sales on this channel, as I've always promised. My injectable glutathione works at around £25, really, per month at high dose, 35 US. Not sure about AU. Yeah, probably ought to be 8.6 or whatever. Check this out. Okay, pound sterling, 25. So $48.85 Aussie. So about 49 Aussie dollars, yeah, nearly $50. That's not too bad, actually. I thought it would be more expensive than that. That's not too bad at all. Interesting. Fair enough. So, where was I at? We're also keen to go. God. Let's go on to the part. We cover that, cover this. I miss Bjorn. I covered that earlier. So thank you for bringing that point up because that was good to throw that out. And did the Harinator? Yep. Yeah, I actually saw that. Um, yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, it is a warm day. It was actually warm. Funny yesterday. It was sort of warm, cool, warm, cool. It's all over the place. And the day before it was quite warm. It was really warm and stuffy. So I sweated like a hog um, on Friday. Oh, sorry, yeah, on Friday. Yeah, yesterday was Salamanca. My brother from another mother's last day selling coffee. So the other guy, so he'll be walking with us next week. So yeah, thoughts on them? Yeah, can be useful. I've used it in the past myself, and I know a number of female clients have also used it as well. Friends of mine, completely grey hair. Yep, yeah, like my sisters, like my cousins. Um, is what it is. As I said to Bart once when he actually said about his balding, and I said, look, I've still got epigenetic options where if I do the right thing, I'll switch off those genes. You, on the other hand, your ancestors did quite a lot of bad things, dietary, and now those genes are permanently on. And so you would have to have a number of generations do the right thing to potentially reverse or lose those genetic expressions. So Dave, mate. Luckily, I saw you because I was only doing the queues, as you know. So great to see you back again. Were you on the YouTube naughty step? Yes. The special Larry Gull, the special Larry Gull or Gulag. Wonderful, wonderful master. Yes, master. Larry, yes, master. Head of Google, yes, master. Got to suck up to them. They leave you alone for a while if you suck up to them. The AI tells them he loves you. God, I could even be decent. They may even remove my shadow banning by doing that. I better not say too much. You know what is listening, always listening. You should know that, Dave. The master is always, always listening. Yes, unfortunately, this world, it's a bit like that where uh, there's just so many people that look. A lot of people are waking up, and we saw what happened in America recently, and people have had enough of these characters, and I'm just hoping that that sort of helps in that regard. So yeah. Anyway, let's get back into it. I better answer this question. This question. Why don't I recommend DIM anymore? Okay. There are some side effects, but that's not the main reason. Yes, the master equals Yellow Ted. Yes, Scotty, he is the supreme master. Yellow Ted is. Now, why wouldn't I recommend it? Obviously, people use it to lower estrogen. Some people with cancer use it, you know. There's a number of uses. I I like calcium D-glutarate because, and actually having the gallbladder function properly, treating any excess, and then making sure it clears out. Where I find that DIM could be potentially be more of a blunt instrument, especially if maybe somebody may need it at some stage in some derangement, for a short period of time. Long term, I'm concerned about potential hormonal imbalances, ramifications. I would rather the body regulate that properly and get support where it needs it. It's a bit like even, because there are issues with boron as well. That's why I use it for a specific time frame protocol and then try and get people on a species appropriate diet and then try and get that sort of a better way of actually regulating those issues where I think that DIM is more of a blunt instrument, uh, in my personal opinion. I mean, people will disagree with me, but and even the studies that talk about that it protects against certain cancers and stuff like that. Uh, there's question marks on whether it's an association, that people are doing other things as well. because it's sort of observational studies. It's not really like proper research. There is some anecdotes in some cell line in vitro studies, but we haven't seen like then using it in vivo in people. We haven't seen really any strong evidence. So question marks there. Maybe for certain cancer types, they could have a bit of benefit, you know. So people say, well, it does help you guys with prostate enlargement and stuff like that. So then I go, well, vitamin D is the main cofactor for the enzyme that determines proliferation inside the prostate. And most people that have got enlarged prostates usually have very low vitamin D levels. Coincidence? I doubt it. Specifically when there is a mechanistic pathway that actually determines whether growth is regulated or not and requires that cofactor. And without that cofactor, vitamin D, that enzyme doesn't work. Okay? Properly, to regulate things properly. So, yes, associated, but I would say probably very strong and good evidence there. Anyway, we've covered that on the NID. You asked that before. I'm floating back. What have I done? Oh. Oh, that's all the clarification. Yep, not a problem. Postmenopausal. I would say calcium D-glutarate would be a better one for postmenopausal. So my sister's on that, and it's also normalised things for her as well. It's improved her state of mind. She was getting strange sort of behaviours and thinking. So that also helped, plus me giving her a hard time. But that's what brothers are for, you know. She's not 11. She's actually my twin for about 3 weeks of the year because 11 months difference. Dad was very active for that period. That's all I can say. And so we're twins, obviously. I give her a hard time about that when she has a birthday. Oh, happy birthday, my lovely twin. She hates it. Anyway, what are brothers for other than being annoying? So that's what I want. Probably am still. According to her, is it possible to feel is it possible to feel deuterium depletion in the body, stiffness, weakness, etc.? Yep. So if I had one guy who interviewed me a while ago. He's a naturopath. Bart had him on. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head now. But anyway, he basically lost rapidly weight loss. In the past, he'd been consuming seed oils, high deuterium, and had in his fat cells high deuterium. And he felt stiff as, because remember, birds, dinosaurs, flying dinosaurs, so to speak, those critters, they basically use deuterium in their wings to stiffen them. So in the right tissue, like in our bones, human bones, the right tissue, fantastic. So I would say that the deuterium depletion protocol can help. Sometimes you have to do slightly higher fat to basically dilute the amount. Restrict water unless it's deuterium depleted. Cheers. I'm still promoting it. And Okay, the humour's gone. Supposed to be humorous. Uh, so, and yeah, you can feel weakness because if you're damaging your mitochondria, what's going to happen? Less energy. You're going to feel weaker, stiffer because of too much deuterium in your collagen structures. This is what happens with older age in the Western world, not for the Maasais. Remember, Mary Ruddock was trying to keep up with an 80-year-old Maasai and she couldn't keep up. He was very flexible and very could move with a good pace. That tells you the difference between us and people that are on a low deuterium, a species appropriate diet. So yeah, we've done a lot of damage to ourselves. Thank you, Lilith. How are you? What do I do about high hemochromatosis you're talking about? I suspect that we talk about ADW, hemoglobin, and ferritin. 2 years now. Thank you. I would not worry about it too much in that regard. Taurine helps regulate all these things. There could be the other issue, which we've talked about, that may be having that effect. So you know what I'm talking about, the C thing. So that could be. I don't know whether people hear or whether you want me to say the word. So that's why I'm not saying it out loud. But that could be also an issue why it's elevating slightly these things, because it does need it. So even if it's suppressed at this stage, it's still going to cause some level of derangement due to that condition of your past that still probably has a low grade and hasn't completely cleared out of the system. So I suspect that's what's causing some of these derangements, because I know you're doing taurine stuff like that, should regulate some of this sort of stuff. So for this to rise slightly, it's probably related to that condition which we've talked about. Oh, so you're talking about they're not super high. Okay. No, I wouldn't worry about it then if they're not super high. So if they're not super high, I wouldn't worry. Sometimes pathogens also can raise ferritin. So you've got pathogen or virus or a mold or whatever that can actually raise ferritin as a consequence of trying to suppress these things. And usually what the giveaway is, if you've got a pathogen of any sort, whatever, and your LDL-C goes down, immediately you know that the reason your ferritin went up is because you've got a pathogen because your LDL-C just tanked, because that's what happens. So in particular with things like uh, things like mold, things like certain bacterial infections, and certain viruses can really raise high LDL-C and, really plummet LDL-C and really raise high ferritin. So we do see that when that's sort of happening. So, and that's you usually get it. You do any test, and you immediately will see those markers, and you'll go, okay, I've had this infection or whatever. There may be sort of antigens around that are picked up in the blood, and they go, okay, you've had this type of infection. Your doctor will tell you. So there can be other reasons. So it's hard to, without checking, I couldn't know exactly the sort of drivers in that regard. Don't have any idea where I was. So that's what the postmenopausal. Let me just find the postmenopausal. That's it. Did the deuterium and are the electrons from grounding the same as the electrons from the food or coal thermogenesis? Why ground them then? Well, electrons are electrons. Okay, so think of it as Earth's. Well, there's two reasons for grounding. It's not only the electrons; it's also the negative charge. So inside the endothelium of your vascular tree, you've got these little pericellular matrix. These little hairline things. They've got little glycans, little these sugary points on top, bumps or whatever you want to call them. I forget what their name is. And you'll find them in around cells. They're glycans. They do communicate, but also they can actually pick up a negative charge, and that negative charge, we know that it can actually lower blood pressure as well, because it's not only. I think Sarah, the lady that I do have her channel on my list of featured channels, and she talks about, she's Bart Kay's friend, and she's talked about this before as well in the past. Me and Bart have talked about it years ago, because me and Bart have been strong proponents of grounding. I do it, he does it. So, and the thing is, I do it because of my own endothelial dysfunction with my heart disease and all that, 14 years ago. So I basically, that means that you have this negative charge. It also allows for things to be pushed along, because the heart pumps, but it also, the vascular tree also has this motion that can push fluids and all this. And when you create this negative charge, what it does is, one, it prevents things from sticking. It also creates sort of this like sort of the water molecules around this area become like a viscous type thing, which is that easy water that's called. Now, you can't buy it in a bottle, which is sold by a number of people, and they're told it can be out of the body, it doesn't maintain. It's because of this process. And that actually, this sort of layer that is created and around the mitochondria can actually increase the performance. It actually acts a bit like a battery system, nearly. And this actually allows for this the vasodilation that's actually happening. It's not only the nitric oxide, but also this ability to cause this sort of flow and push of fluids, because of having the the lipoproteins, the things that move through the bloodstream, has this sort of repulsive and flow pushing effect, in a sense, that's actually created. Now, when you ground, that's what happens. When you don't ground, which is what most Westerners do, the Maasai ground, or 24/7, 24 for 365 point a quarter, if you want to average it out, add the leap year, per year. And the reason they do that is their blood isn't clotting up, isn't sort of clumping together, and things like lipoproteins, things aren't sticking together, because they also have these glycans, this pericellular matrix that basically has these little hairline structures that also get all the bacteria have it as well. Bacteria have got little hairs, if you look under an electron microscope, and they can flow through and not stick to things because they're being repelled. Negative charge, repelling, and flowing through without stickiness and clumpiness. Glycation collapses these little hairline structures for up to 6 hours. That's why glycation is bad for the endothelium, for the lining of your arteries, because it collapses these. Now, if you have some of these hairline fractures collapsing where there are these, where the two blood vessels sort of break in two, and go down different channels. At those focal points where the separation happens, there's less of these pericellular, and it's more vulnerable. Now, you glycate that, they collapse. Immediately, you can actually harm the endothelium there and then cause plaquing. So this is how glycation causes plaquing in certain locations, not everywhere. Some areas, depending on the flow of blood, it can actually cause like streaks in some arteries inside the heart. It'll actually create these long streaks. You can see them in scans. And other things will be more clumpy because you've got these, the irregular flows that are generated by these collapsing pericellular matrix. So it's a relationship between the pericellular matrix, this sort of proper flow, plus the sort of things that we eat that can actually affect the way that these things function inside and can reduce the amount of nitric oxide, which also helps in improving the functioning of these things, to basically repel and move things along without causing any issues, and also preventing what you get under high blood pressure due to causing dysfunction, the way affecting the flow, proper flow. This is why when you increase nitric oxide with things like citrulline, you lower the blood pressure and it improves this flow ability within the bloodstream. I'm trying to use simple language because I'm trying to explain exactly how these mechanisms work in that regard. So grounding will help with that. Foods or things that exogenous supplements that can also be electron donors don't do all this other stuff. So there is a lot of value in grounding. Whether some people want to use that or not, that's their business. It's not for me to tell them. And Jonathan's got a video on the injectable glutathione. I'll have to check it out. Jonathan, I will have to check it out. Yeah, I'm actually, because not for myself, but I'm thinking about Dad. I'd like to get a bit of more glutathione into him. I've been using other things, like some of the biohacks, because taurine can actually increase glutathione as well. And making sure he's eating a few more eggs to get a bit more selenium, the precursors and stuff like that. Some of the aminos as well. So I've supplemented a few things. But yeah, I'd be interested in considering injectables. If they're that, like $50 in Australia, I'd definitely buy some for Dad. And again, the argument is I have to convince him about the other stuff as well to bloody inject things. Yeah. Yes, obviously, if I can convince him on this, because he knows I've told him about glutathione, and he knows that it's good for him, if I can convince him on this, maybe I can convince him the other stuff. There could be some hope there in this madness. 2 for 1. Dad, you're getting 2 injections at the same time. What? It's all for your good, for your own good. My little experimental animal. Stop complaining. The things I have to go through to trick my father to do things. Why do you feel the need to speed up videos in this sign of getting used to fast information, like on TikTok, Twitter? Could it be harmful? I do this sort of long stuff, and as people know, and I do very rarely Small stuff. Oh, thanks, Christina. Yep, understand. Take care, and thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. And thanks, Scotty, for putting Sarah Pooh's channel up there. Yeah, the busy super lady that she is. Yeah. Look, I think sometimes people need to switch off from social media. It's a good thing. I can tell you it was a very calming experience. Thank you, YouTube. I appreciate it, for the strike and the peace of mind and, So, yeah, not being comical now. Yeah, constantly being on. I take some time off, you know. That's why I've said to people, stop sending me emails, just leave me a comment. If I've got time, I'll answer it. If I don't, yeah, depends. Is adding styling instead of magnesium to broth? Good idea. Regular salt, not Epsom, obviously. And even with if you're using, I use Epsom salts, only about 20 odd minutes in the bath or whatever. Then make sure you wash very, very thoroughly because it dries out the skin and not good for you to do that. Just letting you know, especially the ladies, they want good skin to look good and pretty. So keep it down to 15, ladies, and wash very thoroughly. Uh, anyway, magnesium is expensive, but salt and baking soda reduces cortisol and helps eliminate oxalates. Well, um, taurine does a much better job in lowering cortisol. Cortisol isn't the problem. Excess or chronic cortisol, that's a deranged state. Cortisol is not a bad hormone or a good hormone. It just is what it is. It signals, tells the body when you wake up, it rises quite a bit and then drops. By 11 o'clock, it's very low, but it's told the body, produce free fatty acids and take the glycerol backbone and produce glucose and get that person going from a sleeping state to an active state so they can go out and hunt an animal so they can survive, so they can eat in the afternoon. Their one meal, big feasting, 1 meal a day. That's what happens. Okay? So it's not a bad thing. It never has been. People like the Ray Peaton lunatics that argue that it is don't understand physiology. They're completely and utterly idiots. And they'll argue high T3 when if you're not using T3 and you've got high circulating T3, it causes gallbladder issues. I made a video on it. That's why the body is smart and has reverse T3 when you're not using it, because glucose metabolism requires it through pyruvate dehydrogenase that goes from pyruvate to pyruvate dehydrogenase complex, which is a complex of enzymes that goes into the Krebs cycle. That complex requires a lot of T3. Beta oxidation doesn't. And that's the reason why the body is smart enough to have reverse T3 to eliminate excess, which can be a problem. If the body's working properly, it regulates cortisol, it regulates everything properly. Fine. If you, on the other hand, are at night, and I should have changed over 30 minutes ago, shut my eyes, and we're basically in the later time slot. So if you're affecting your melatonin by not using these sort of glasses, then yes, you could have a problem where cortisol will raise in the evening. If you're stressed at work, at home, you don't regulate yourself properly, you don't eat appropriately, all these things can raise and create chronic issues and all that. That's a different thing. That's a deranged person. Don't blame cortisol for trying to send signals like insulin is not the problem. Insulin, if it's being sent into the muscle skeletal, it's perfect. bigger bones, and stronger muscles. If it sits in the fat cells, that's a different thing altogether. It's not a fat storage hormone, it's an anabolic hormone. But where it's being expressed is the issue, and what you're eating, eat carbs, gets expressed in the fat cells. Eat animal flesh, and it gets expressed in the musculoskeletal. Completely different effect. So we just need to understand that completely. Now, some of these things can help in terms of salt, baking soda, with and things like citric acid. You can get basically tablets now. Some people find it very hard to use the powder. Um, it's just an acquired taste. I just put in a bit in my yogurt. I don't use it anymore because I threw it out because I don't have any oxalate dumping at the moment, so no issues. I'm hoping that I'm over it, so to speak. But I did have on and off for about 2 odd years. Wasn't happy about it. Let's put it that way. So yeah, why the body would produce oxalate if it's a poison? It produces very little from purines, very little. The majority is from from you know where the majority is bound in fibrous food, have the highest level of oxalate. Our body produces very little. We can deal with the amount from purines. You can eat 4 grams per kilo body weight and still produce small amounts, and you'll eliminate it. You know. Also, if you consume a lot of carbohydrate-rich foods and all that, that's what gets in the body a lot of the oxalates. That's where they're coming from, the majority. You know, the body produces a lot of ammonia is a byproduct of which is also toxic to the body. But the body has the machinery to deal with the small amount of oxalates, the small amount of ammonia, any of these things, and clear them out. It's not a problem. It's when these things are in excess because we introduce them into the diet via the diet. That's when it's a problem. It's not the small amounts. You know, our body, even from exogenous, that means not the stuff that we produce in our body, but additional to that that's produced by the body, stuff that we get from the diet, up to 50 milligrams, we can deal with that. We can break it down and eliminate it. It's when you go above that, you start eating like dark chocolate every day and spinach and these sort of things. That's when you're putting excess. That's where the problem lies. Even when I was on a sad diet, eating carbohydrates and stuff like that, I never had kidney problems. When I did keto, all the greeny leafy vegetables and stuff like that, in those 5 years of keto with the green leafy vegetables, which I was doing more of a sort of a vegetarian type keto, because that was the sort of thing that was being pushed at the time. What happened? In 5 years, 4 kidney stones. One came through, not a problem. One had to be lasered. The second one also, no, the third one had to be lasered as well. And the final one only came out it got into my bladder. No, they gave me antibiotics. I was a bit worried about bladder infection. Eventually, it cleared out, but I had to be hospitalised for a period of time. It was oxalates. The high spinach. I was having spinach, bacon, and spinach every morning. Got it. So oxalates are not a problem unless you go through a keto paleo diet or whole foods, because the refined stuff has less oxalate. It's in the fibrous stuff. That's where the oxalate is. So it's actually the sad dieters they may have other issues, other health issues, from the refined carbs, but they have less oxalate compared to the vegetarians and vegans and the keto people and the paleo people. It's what I did initially, paleo, then keto, low carb, until I came to my senses and realised that what the toxins that I was putting in, a whole lot of tannins, a whole lot. People that are so-called healthy keto, healthy paleo and all that are putting in more oxalate, tannins, and a whole lot of other shit compared to the people eating the refined carbs. The refined carb people get the damage from the high glycation, the high inflammation from the high oxidation from the seed oils, the deuterium, blah, 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 all this sort of stuff, but they don't get a lot of the problems that other people get from the high oxalates and shit like that are in that sort of food. So there are some similarities in pathology, but there are also quite a lot of differences due to the healthy keto diet, the healthy vegan and vegetarian diet. Yes, lovely oxalate. They should call them the oxalate diets because that's what they are. Very species inappropriate. So yes, varicose veins. Well, I've talked about in the past that you can help with varicose veins with nicotinamide can help. Obviously, a carnivore diet can help. Also, better vitamin D status can help. Fat-soluble vitamins play a role. And because there's collagen-degrading enzyme regulation and all that, it seems like people that do have them require slightly more retinol than the regular people. So cod liver oil from a good source or cod liver with its own, can. I actually got one today to test it out from Iceland. Can be sort of useful as well. But there is definitely, the problem with the veins. There is some genetics. And so this is a multi-generational thing that's been passed down. It runs in families as well. It's a bit like the baldness, a number of generations, some rare derangements and all that. So these are issues that, are the reality of the indiscretions of, as I call it, the indiscretions of our ancestors in that regard. So it's an issue for some people, and there's not many solutions out there, to be honest, in that regard. I think you are going to be one of those people that will have to basically keep your diet cleaner than the average person. Maybe the average person can get away with a bit more than you. I know I use the terminology, it sucks to be you, but it does. And, I mean, with these sort of things, there's not a lot of solutions. If you keep your diet clean, you should see better functioning. I also recommend grounding to people because of the sort of better flow, better functioning of the vasculature, so veins and arteries, a whole lot. I think that grounding has a basis. I think I did see a study somewhere a while ago. Let me just check. And grounding. And Where was this? Mhm. Leave me a comment. Leave me a comment when this video finishes, and I'll try and find the damn study. Yeah, I don't know where I've got it. Things like citrulline can help as well, because it does help with nitric oxide, and nitric oxide seems to help as well with the better functioning of veins and arteries. So I would look at those sort of things. And obviously, you're going to get more arginine in a carnivore diet than you're going to get in a regular diet. So it's going to be more efficacious, much better. But it's one of those things that there are nutrients that can help. And other people have asked me as well, and I've given them, but they've tried a few things. Some have had slightly better effects than others. There seems to be a link between riboflavin, but I haven't been able to pin it down properly as well. Riboflavin is everywhere with a lot of pathways. Just intersects so many. But I think if you've got a deficiency, it's an issue. But on a carnivore diet, really, you shouldn't have a deficiency. So I think that it plays less of a role. But it's one of those hard ones. It's something that I've got on my pile of investigations that I'm looking into in that regard. So you may see next year or the year after, when I'm certain about something 100%, then I usually go print, so to speak. If I'm not, I won't put stuff out that I'm not 100% certain about. There's speculation. Um, Unless it's an issue where a lot of people need help, and I may do something and say, look, I'll be candid, this is what it is, try this and see whether it works for you. Because I've got no human information, I've just got animal stuff, and do it some like that in that regard. It's like the riboflavin thing with the TMA, the TMAO conversion thing. A lot of it's, you don't find human studies, but you find whole rat studies. The guy took it, we worked out the dose. I can't remember exactly the dose, but it was a highish dose, and it corrected the enzyme behavior. His skin no longer smelled like fishy, didn't have a fishy odor anymore. It eliminated the problem. He got his life back. He came back, he sort of thanked me and then moved on. So it's a bit like, you don't need the doctor anymore. Goodbye. So fair enough. It sort of, I do like people coming back and saying, it worked, and some do. Some of my regulars definitely, and they'll keep coming back. But a lot of people will go, it's like going to a doctor, then I don't need, like I will not go to the doctor. I don't need a doctor. So I understand that. It doesn't offend me, and it didn't really annoy me, but it sort of is sort of saying, you sort of feel like I'm forgotten. You know what I mean? You're doing all this not for myself. But yeah, so it is nice just saying hello, thank you, something like that. It Not that I won't do it if I don't get that, I still would. But it's just, yeah, it's nice to be appreciated a bit. Yeah, so I'm still looking into this to find a proper way of dealing with it, so to speak. There is definitely some relationship with fat-soluble vitamins as well, but I don't know exactly the combination to use at this stage to deal with those derangements, because there is a number of MMPs associated and related, matrix metalloproteinase that are produced in the liver, but I'm not sure the best way of actually regulating those in there and how much they have to regulate them. Well, whether they are the main or partial culprit. Just because something expresses doesn't mean it's actually the culprit. Maybe it's regulation, overexpression. So in some tissues, MMPs can be overexpression or lack of regulation. So it's complicated. And it's like the hormones; they express and signal in different ways, in different pathways, in different tissue, in different areas. And so some of it has been what they say elucidated, worked out, and some of it hasn't. So there's the crux of the thing. And I'm the sort of bit. Jonathan knows me. I have to know. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I really have to understand it before I give people advice. And I know people are suffering, and sometimes I have to say, look, this is speculative, what I'm giving you, because I know that. And it cuts me inside that I can't give a definitive answer to people. Yeah, a bit strange, according to some people. Anyway. If hair can turn grey age, does that mean that other organs can also age earlier? Not necessarily, no, because different things drive different things. So not exactly. What I have is genetics, which cause photobleaching. That means UV can actually cause a reduction in sort of the melanin inside that melanin pigmentation inside the hair follicles. So the hair's healthy. It's a bit like an analogy that I'll give you is like you've seen the coral reefs when they all the sort of little organisms are inside get flushed out and they go white or something like that. The melanin is getting flushed out by the UV and they go white. It's something like that happens. So they don't go grey, they go white. Have you seen some blonde girls that have got really blonde white hair? That's photobleaching. That's exactly what runs in my family. Got it? So, and sometimes I'll have blonde hair because I do. My younger sister's got more blonde hair than me. But I have some, plus I will have these photo bleached white hairs that appear in there. It looks really strange, especially on the top of my head is where the biggest problem lies. Back is pretty much brownish. A bit on the side here in this sort of area, I've got both a combination of blonde hair, grey hair, and white hair, all three at once. So yeah, I'm special. The master equals yellow Ted, yes. Hail the master! Hail the master! Yes, yellow Ted. Apparently he was in a lot of photo shoots in Adelaide, I hear. A lot of selfies as well. We'll have to wait for that. Can we get vitamin D, omega-3 and DHA just from food without even going out in the sun? Not really. That's why they call it essential fatty acids. Just from the food, yeah. Well, omega-3s definitely. DHA, yep. Obviously, there's a whole lot of enzymes and a whole lot of things that can produce stuff like that. Vitamin D you have to get either from the sun or the food. Just is that way. You from those two sources is primarily or supplements. But people say, well, how about the Inuit? Or how about those populations up in the Arctic? Well, what are they consuming? Do you know what they consume? What's the main source of cooking oil, cooking fat for the Inuit? Seal. What is seal skin? Very high in vitamin D. Very high in vitamin D. That's where they're getting it from. They're getting some from the fish and from the seal fat. The seal fat is very high in vitamin D. That is why they can survive up there and not get deficient. Simple as that. The seal fat is very high. A lot of these populations that are using this is why you'll see in Alaska, Inuit, you'll see it right through northern Russia, all the way through people eating fish and eating basically seal fat and cooking with seal fat and clubbing little seals for that reason and eat the fat. So yeah, I don't have a seal close by that I can club to get my vitamin D dose. Yeah, I either get it from the sun or I get it from a supplement. Unless you can send me a seal. What causes muscle and fascia tension? A lot of things. A lot of things. Painful and trigger. A lot of things can cause it. You could have oxidative stress. You could have environmental factors. You could have food deficiencies. A lot of things can cause it. These are general things about, you know, derangements in your electrolytes. Remember, some people do hydrogen water. They can cause electrolyte imbalances. So all sorts of things. I have no idea what people do. And that's why I usually say, because I've got a day job and I don't have time. Maybe when I retire, I'll go back to doing consultancies. You know, I tried doing it for a while and I realized I couldn't. I just didn't have the time. I was burning the candle at both ends. And either I have a breakdown because I'm just doing too much work, or I go back to doing my core stuff and doing this sort of stuff. But there are people like Bart Kay, like Jonathan from Carnivore Muscle. There are people that understand these things, that deal with these things because they're dealing with athletes that have got some of these things, that have got derangements in electrolytes, or their diet isn't really set up properly. There could be a whole raft of reasons. This is a sort of a consultancy thing. You need to go to people like that to go through a dietary, what you're doing, exercise wise, lifestyle, all sorts of things that could be affecting these things. Sometimes it could be you've taken something or you're taking something that could be creating a mild deficiency in one of the minerals. That can happen. Remember, I was talking about boron. People take boron without thinking. If you take over 3 for too long, you could potentially create magnesium and potassium deficiency, a mild one, but still, and they can have problems in the muscles as well, cause issues. So just by supplementing boron for too long, in that regard, that's why I'm enough about this, not for a joke, but because people sometimes ignore my advice. So yeah, so these are sort of the issues. So it's probably a consultancy thing that you have to take up with someone to investigate properly what may be causing it, because there's a lot of multiple causes to these sort of things. I have limited videos that cover specific cases, but yeah, you can't diagnose on a live stream. Let's put it that way. It's got to be ask me questions which have to do with non-diagnosis. Is the best thing. If you want a diagnosis, ask me and give me some details. And if I believe you should give me, send me an email. I'll tell you to send me an email if I need one and what I need in that email to be able to then properly diagnose you. Because you can't do it on a live stream. Let's put it that way, and it wouldn't be ethical either, because you don't have enough background information because a lot of things can be at play, not just one. And then you're going around and around in circles. You're not really dealing with the underlying issues. Is it bad to lie down on the the bed right after eating. Not a good idea. I heard that provokes GERD. Just like bad posture also causes GERD. Yes, it can. These things can. Um, people never. You had a meal, you sat around a campfire, you digested over a couple of hours, and then you went to bed. We're not supposed to be lying down. If you're eating inappropriate, like carbs and stuff like that, and then you get sleepy, the other option is if you have to lie down for whatever reason, a couple of pillows, put yourself in a upright position rather than lying flat. Be slightly upright, so you've still got your body is sort of in this L shape nearly. So you're relaxing, but at the same time you're not flat to cause any problems because remember when you're taking food in, it takes a certain while to build up stomach acid in order for the top sphincter to seal. If that top sphincter hasn't sealed properly yet, guess what happens? When you lie down, you'll basically get all this coming through, some of the low grade, so as acidic yet, coming through the esophageal. That's not good. Do that long term, you could end up with esophageal cancer, all sorts of problems, or even dysfunctional sphincter that doesn't close properly anymore. That's another problem that also can cause, and that can also cause from when you're morbidly obese and a few other conditions. But that's an issue as well, and it sometimes can take. Being on a species appropriate diet, being very careful, can take to remodel some of this sort of stuff, can sometimes take a decade. So, yeah, it's a lot of issues out there because of people doing a lot of inappropriate. People want quick fixes which don't exist in reality. People promising, but yeah, it's usually, when's your next stream? Whenever I like, J Ducky, whenever I like. Remember that. I am the lord of this channel whenever I like. My vitamin D levels were low. I'm normal, eating fatty fish every day. I personally supplement with it to keep it up in the upper normative range. Me too in winter. I live in Tasmania, too far south. I'm not going to go and club a seal. Now, the Aborigines down here did club seals and eat seals because we've got seals down here. And their skin and their tissue and their fat has got a lot of vitamin D. But I don't think if I clubbed a seal, it would go down well in Tasmania, if you know what I mean. I'd probably have some environmental protest outside my home. Just remember that. I don't want to become that popular for the wrong reasons. Seal hater. I love your description, Strange. Unfortunately, I'm not strange. uh, covered that. What's this one? What's a reason for severe farting levels? It could be a lot of reasons. Give you example: sulfur sensitivity. 1, 2, disrupted gut microbiome. You've had COVID. You've lost bifidobacteria, and certain other bacteria have changed the composition of gut microbiome. Now it's actually causing farting. So there can be a lot of reasons, both dietary and non-dietary as well. So sometimes it can be a hassle trying to work out what it is. Um, you know, one way of doing it is to basically try different foods and see whether you've got a food sensitivity to anything, whether you've got a sulfur sensitivity. I know Bart does. He basically has very little taurine. I know Pim has more. because he can't even tolerate all of eggs. He gets a lot of flatulence. He's got a sulfur sensitivity genetically. So, yeah, sucks to be him. That's the reality. Yes, you'll just have to use more stem enhanced to get more, new brain cells. Anyway, my family's also a background with lots of inbreeding. Can this be remedied? Not in the short term. Your future generations, yes, but not in the short term, unfortunately. I would say one thing would be important with a lot of inbreeding. There's a lot of rare genetic disorders, and a lot of those genetic disorders are improved, not eliminated, are improved with slightly higher levels of riboflavin in the diet. So we're talking about dairy and animal foods have slightly higher riboflavin. And hold on, let me just find that link. Top. Yep. Come on. And riboflavin. Let's go to the ranking tools. Mm-hmm. Dairy, fish, and meats. Apply. 100 grams. 100 grams is 3.53 ounces. And there's the link. So that provides, you can actually just change what you put in there. You can put multiple things and it'll give you, like if you're looking at a number of different micronutrients and then look at, it'll actually put ranges of different food types and all that. So you've got, when you're looking at riboflavin, obviously lamb's liver is pretty good. But again, you don't want to be doing too much liver for the obvious reasons of excess copper. Egg whites, I wouldn't be doing too many egg whites because the amino acid profile is a bit big. So as you go down, you're looking at eggs are fairly good. Cheese is very good. Certain cheeses are very good. As you can see, riboflavin is very high in dairy products. And I can tell you that some of these issues intersect with some of the actual genes that are related to pastoral genes as well. So if you look at a number of these things, now that so 300 grams of fried calamari, which I love, will give you all you need for the day. A big glass of milk. Where's the milk one? So there's the main page that actually also, that's the main part of the website, which then you go down and find the tool. You can actually see like a 16 ounce glass of milk, and this is low fat. The regular stuff is much higher. It's about nearly 100%, it's 99 or whatever, nearly 100. So glass of milk, bit of animal, bit of steak and whatever else. So beef, 100 grams, and a glass of milk pretty much gives you nearly 150%. And that's only 100 grams, 3.5 ounces. So it's not difficult to get riboflavin. So I would say that would be very useful for people to bump up their riboflavin intake. You're welcome, mate. Do you think Bart K is right on everything? I don't think anybody's right on everything, Jeremy. Nobody. We're human. We can't be perfect on everything. I would say on the interwebs, I have got a lot of respect for Bart K, for Pim, for people like Jonathan, from people like that. So Carnivore Muscles. So if you look down on, you go down on my featured playlists, my featured channels, you'll see all these people that I've got a lot of respect and time for, because I've got a lot of agreements with them, and they're also willing to talk. Like I'll give you an example. Like for a long time, I sort of but considered that all PUFA was a bit problematic. I showed him the information. I had a discussion with him. He actually came on one of my live streams and we had the conversation there. He said, "Show me the evidence." And I showed him the evidence. And he goes, "Okay, I agree." So he's a scientist. He's not a bullshit artist. So once I showed him the evidence, he gave up on the old paleo ideas that that PUFA from pork is a problem. He doesn't have a problem with it anymore, but he did before. He avoided it. But once I showed him, you only get trace amounts. It's not an issue. It's a low deuterium source of fat, which is much healthier than many others. I mean, bacon is the lowest 113 of all animals walking on the land. Even tallow is higher than it's 118 odd. This is grass fed. Non-grass fed gets them to 120 odd. Porky, even when not being a pasture type, because it's a great deuterium depleting machine, as I call it, it will still have lower deuterium even when you give it carbs. So it tells you something in that regard. And so I showed him that evidence. He agreed with me on the protein side. He was a bit lower than me and Jonathan. We've been chatting about this. He's sort of shifted now to the 2 grams. I'm still at the 2.2 at a minimum. He's moved from the 1.8 to up to the 2. I'm hoping he moves a bit more in that regard, but we're pretty close now. We're sort of more or less in agreement at the 2. So, I've learned a lot from him on the Randall cycle. I had no idea. I knew I could see low fat because I knew about the Walter Kempner research back in the 1930s on the low fat protocols with the rice diet and stuff like that. And then I looked in here and I realised, obviously Walter took people off that after a year because it was too catabolic, and also only supplemented them with iron and none of the other electrolytes because he knew that would, because of the higher insulin, there'd be too many ion retention, there'd be problems in derangements in electrolytes. So he understood some of these physiological problems with a low-fat diet, which modern people ignore, like on vegan diets or plant-based diets and all that. But he understood that it has he could see there was some efficacy, but if you did it for too long, it created deficiencies and other problems. That's why you got people transitioning back to a normal, what they considered a normal diet back then, whole foods, which was primarily with more animal foods in it. So that was a difference. But people then ran with that and made it like a lifestyle, when for him it was a yearly protocol to deal with specific kidney disease. But he didn't know about the research at the Johns Hopkins University Hospital in regards to keto diets. Had he known, he may have tried one of those as well, which is also disengaging the Randall cycle. And I could see that there was I thought the keto people were just talking shit because you couldn't have both these. There had to be something wrong when you combine the two. But I didn't understand what it was. I knew that there was an issue here in the way fat and glucose were being regulated in the system. And when there was too much of both, there was a problem, but I couldn't work out how that mechanism worked. When I heard about the Randall cycle, then I go, it's obvious. And that's what a person that actually thinks and is not an ideologue, is not welded to a belief system, which is like a religion or ideology, but thinks scientifically. When you're shown the evidence of the mechanism, you go, yeah, obvious. It's obvious now what's happening. You know, these two things are trying to get onto the Ferris wheel better, beta oxidation and, pyruvate dehydrogenase, trying to get into the Krebs cycle. It's just too much. The system then has to blockade this and then pushes everything back, and this deranges and creates all this signaling that happens with insulin and many other things. And then it all makes sense. And you go, oh, obvious. So, we've learned from each other by discussing in conversations because we've all had a few and we've become a bit wiser on all these things. So there'll be always minor disagreements on a few minor issues. I think, but having known me, is less critical about dairy than what he was earlier. So because I've actually gone through the conversation about things about hormones, about estrogen, about all the receptor sites that people claim about, growth hormone and all that. It's all nonsense. All this is nonsense. Receptor sites are completely different. Doesn't even work. The amount of, we're talking about a few nanograms of, and it's estrone, it's not even estradiol, in terms of, it's when you're making thousands, 50 odd thousand and 600 odd thousand for women in terms of nanograms of estrogen. Not even, it's a blip, and people are making a fuss about it. So this is the old paleo bullshit, as I call it. And when people basically realise this, that, and I've had a conversation and been pushing this for a while in this community, most people have sort of, ignored it or don't want to discuss it. But on the other hand, has engaged me on multiple times. I respect that. You've got to respect when somebody engages you when they're not very supportive of that position, but they're willing to engage and have a conversation. And if you've got something to really say, he'll agree. And the same thing with the 5G. When I showed him the evidence about heat shock proteins, there was no issue there and all that. That it is more has to do with the frequencies of light and not with any oxidative stress being caused. He's switched over from that as well, and he knows regular light is in much higher strengths and does far more cellular damage than what EMFs do. What they cause is a complete different thing. It's a signaling problem, a light signaling problem in terms of certain wavelengths that should not be in night. In the daytime, they're less of a problem, non-native EMFs. It's the night situation which is the damn problem. And see, this is the difference when you have people that think scientifically or people that think ideologically and get welded onto things and try and become influencers on that. I'm not care. I want to know what works and the reason it works and really understand the science. I don't give a shit whether it contradicts something that I believed 10 years ago or 5 years ago. If I want to progress and understand how the body works and how things work around me, I need to jettison things, what I call garbage that I accumulated in the past. Bart has that mindset. I have that mindset. People like Jonathan have that. Not many people do because they get welded to things. They'll put the flag down and they'll defend that like mad. Where I've said to people, I've made a mistake on this, this, and this. I actually tell you before you even know. And I've done that in live streams before and correct myself where I have done. Very few cases, but I still do it because that's what a person who is honest with themselves. I have to live with myself. And Bart is one of those people, if you present something really solid with good evidence, he'll change. He'll go, yep, I was wrong. Yep, I agree with you. You're right. I have a lot of respect for that. So it's not that I agree with everything. It's not like, yeah, I'm worshipping Mr. K. That's just nonsense. That's childish. It's basically I respect the man because he has integrity. He has a scientific mindset. I can have a conversation with him. And if I present something with good evidence, he'll look at it and go, yeah, you're right. Or if he sees a problem, he'll point it out and say, did you take this into consideration, Harry? Look at this. There's a problem here. This is not very clear. May or may not be. And then I'll look at it and go, yeah, you're probably right. Maybe it isn't. And that's how people have conversations, adult conversations. Children, on the other hand, or ideologues, don't have those conversations because they can't. They're immature. They never grew up. It was what I call adult children, which is a lot of them around nowadays, and too much pride, which is the biggest sin, to be prideful and egocentric. And a lot of people suffer from that in Dunning-Kruger or whatever, because they plant their flag and they'll defend it until hell freezes over, so to speak, and probably are heading in that direction as well. But generally speaking, if you don't know about something, you're not certain about something, to say, I don't know. So there's nothing shameful about that, And if Bart knows something about it, I'll say, well, go and ask Bart. Or if he knows, no, I know something about it, he'll say, go and ask Harry. That's what normal people do that have, integrity, understand what their limits are, what they understand and what they don't, and what they know about all of it. And I usually say, yep, that's interesting. If somebody says something to me, I'll look into it if I don't know enough. That's how people should do. And if people are not doing that, then, well, you have to judge whether you should be listening to those people. But that's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. You're a free agent. You've been given free will by your creator to decide what you want to do and what you want to listen to. I just hope you stay around and listen to what I have to say, because I think I probably have to, things that I have to say are a bit better than what a lot of other people out there. And I would put in that basket myself, Bart, Sarah, people like Carnivore Muscle and Jonathan, and people like that. But it's your choice which way you want to go. You're welcome. And hi to you as well. Yes, Sarah. Oh, Jack. My partner has to have 2 times hip replacements. Doesn't sound good. He has no cartilage so bone on bone. Wonderful. Any suggestions for supplements, dosages, etc., take before, after surgery to help with recovery? Well, one thing that we do know that I would really, I would push up the amount of protein generally in the diet. So, what is bone? We need to define what bone is. Bone is mineralized collagen. So when you're a little baby, if you see little children, how their bones are very flexible, they sort of twist and turn and all that, that's because it's all this collagen structure that hasn't been sufficiently mineralized. That's what it is. So bone is mineralized collagen. So what we're having here is derangements in the functioning of, the enzymes that are involved in building bone and all that. So if you're not giving it the right nutrients, because your partner probably didn't get the right nutrients for a very long time, he's actually caused this problem where he's actually created in those joints. What happens is you get these microfractures. These microfractures, then you have seepage out of hyaluronic acid, and these actually increase. And it's a bit like, glass that actually rips apart and pulls apart. And really what a lot of that structure falls apart. And if it's not supported to sort of recover, then you end up with bone on bone, which, because there's not, now you say, well, Harry, shouldn't there be a way of reversing it? Really hard. And you know why? Lack of vascularization. Certain joints, like in some areas, have more blood that can come in, vascularization. Certain areas have less, like the spine. Like, even for instance, the hip area doesn't have as much. And that's a problem, because in order to get healing to happen, you sort of have to create sort of like local inflammation to some extent to sort of to cause that sort of healing. Um, so there's a lot of issues here in terms of trying to reverse things. Now, what is amplifying protein synthesis in bones? Taurine. It binds to mTOR, and then leucine amplifies it. So obviously you would need to supplement a bit of taurine. Now, there are issues with taurine in terms of medications and a whole lot of other things. I do have a video that covers that on my main page, and it talks about the side effects and all that. Metformin is another one. Obviously, people are on that. Lowers blood sugar, lowers lactate. So obviously, if you take too much too quickly, it could cause hypoglycemia in people on a SAD diet as well. In megadosing, if you slowly step it up, it's less of an issue. So there's all these sort of things to take into consideration. And then genetic differences, and it goes on and on and on. That's why I say, if you're doing this, you sort of need somebody to sort of help you through the sense. Now, the other thing is, things that can be done is get a better vitamin D status. The other thing is, there may be the genes related, like I have, the genes related, that 24% of people that have got those genes that require more calcium. That could be another issue as well. Then on the other hand, things like BPC 157 can be helpful. Now, BPC 157 helps with collagen structures. If you take it in an oral way, it helps more the entire digestive tract far more. It can get a bit in the bloodstream and get to a few other places, but the injectable ones are much better if you're trying to get to those sort of areas. You do it in the fat cells. You have to get alcohol wipes and wipe it properly, the area, so you don't get any infection. Remember that. And also, when I have done the injectables, most people just put an alcohol wipe. I put then betadine right on top of that point as well. I'm a bit funny, strange, as I said earlier. Lilith understands. So does Christina. But, better safe than sorry from an infection point of view. And in the fat cells, it's less likely, because there's a bit of macrophage that can go in there and sort out some of that infection. It's less of a problem in the fat cells. That's why I usually, if you're going to inject in the fat cells. That's why the diabetics inject in the fat cells. It's a safer area. And that's why they get those little lumpy things that emerge from the insulin injections. But yeah, so I would definitely do BPC 157 injectable as well. So, and that would be right after the operation. So once the operation's been done, then you would do that to help with the healing and the recovery. I'd still continue doing, leucine supplementation, 6 grams. And I would split that into 3 and 3 in your 2 main meals. And I would include 2 grams of taurine in those main meals as well, because we want to amplify the protein synthesis in the bones and help them. I'd also make sure that my vitamin D status was good. And unless you do a genetic test, you don't really know. So you would act as if your partner has those genes of the calcium genes. So just act as if he has those and consider things like a bit more cheese, because cheese tends to have concentrated calcium. You get from less quantity, you'll get more. And also you get more amino acids as well, which is a good thing. So we're trying to get more aminos in, and we're trying to get some of the fat soluble vitamins, which you will get menaquinones from the dairy, because cheese is a fermented food. So as a consequence, it'll have more of those bacteria, beneficial bacteria, and also the generation of more menaquinones, which is a K2 in it as well. So it sort of hits all the targets: fat soluble vitamin K2, the sort of the has a bit more anabolic effect, the dairy, compared to meat, and then on top of that, you're actually getting some of these other the additional calcium as well and stuff like that. So all this together synergistically should help improve sort of the recovery. The other thing that I would make sure that he was consumed would be a lot of eggs, anywhere between 8 to 12 eggs a day minimum. And that should be post-operative for at least 3 months. 1 month, definitely. The other 2 months are optional, but I'd still do them. Maybe drop down to 8 eggs. I know he's probably going to hate you and me for saying that, but this is what people used to use in the past. You went to a burns unit, because your skin is collagen as well, mostly. So what did they used to do when you got burnt? They used to feed you a lot of egg powder, because that was the best way of getting a lot of egg sources of protein into you for the healing, because they didn't have the sort of modern stuff to deal with burns victims back then. Now they use a whole lot of drugs, which, other methods. But back then they used a lot of protein to help with the healing, accelerate the healing. And so I would say protein is his best friend in that regard. Forget the pills: beef, butter, bacon, eggs, as per Dr. Kenberry. Yep, as I said, more animal protein is what you need. Yep, that was well, I've already covered that. Go away. Yep, they're already carnivore. Yep. We need to amplify the protein synthesis. That's where the taurine and the leucine supplementation is going to push the protein synthesis, plus the calcium component that maybe technically, I don't know the genes. So there's another thing that people like this are not even looking at, because they're completely ignorant about those genetics. When do you plan to upload the gluconeogenesis video? At some time. Still, yeah. Because there's a lot of charts that I have to make and show, and I can be lazy sometimes. That's why. You want to see how the hydrolysis works, J. Ducky. So, and how it uses, there's less Gibbs free energy involved in gluconeogenesis. So it must be less stressful since it's requiring less Gibbs free energy. And so you want a quantum biological explanation as well. Okay. Yes, it will happen. I just have to do the charts. It's easy to do the stuff where you just talk, where you have to actually show little charts and stuff like that to explain things properly. It takes a bit longer. So, yeah, I have to pull my finger out and eventually do it. I have promised it. True. Anyway, Harry is so right on the oxalate diet. It's doing such a disservice. Thank you. Yes, yes. After 4 kidney stones, I can tell you I have a lot of experience. Yep, Scotty's probably gone. Thanks for being here, mate. Yeah. You see this in hospital workers. Do you have any knowledge, remedy suggesting for this? Thanks for sharing knowledge. Hospital workers in regards to, are we talking about the oxalate type thing? Can you just put a comment? Are we talking about the oxalate related thing? If we're talking about the oxalate related thing, I'm presuming we're talking about, you can get off Amazon now. They do actually sell. Uh, anyway, can't remember my password at the moment. So I changed a lot of my browser stuff and had to reset a lot of things. So I'll have to set it up. Just Google for citric acid capsules. Just use the word citric acid capsules and it should come up. So rather than using the powder, which some people find revolting and difficult to digest, you can use these capsules, which can get a bit more citric acid in the citrate, so to speak, which is the correct terminology, as Mr. Bart K would say, citrate, Mr. Serpanos, citrate. So you can get a bit more of that in to deal with that part. And then obviously calcium is an issue because calcium, so yogurts and dairy and all that can be very useful to bind the oxalates so you can shit them out. And also making sure your gallbladder is working properly. So you may need things like tutka, milk thistle, choline, things like that to sort out the function of the gallbladder, so you can actually start excreting stuff out that is built up, because you have to detox and excrete it out. If the gallbladder doesn't work really well, it backs up into the liver and creates fibrosis and oxidative stress in the liver. So it's not a simple way of doing it in that regard. So you do need to work out the underlying. So you can't give a blanket explanation to people, blanket approach, because there could be a lot of different things happening in people. So, but if in the generalized way, you get B6 depletion, an animal-based diet has more B6, but you may have to supplement the active form in a low dose, not a high dose, because it stays in the system for up to 33 days and can be problematic in high doses. So a low dose of B6 for a couple of months, together with calcium, together with a citrate sort of capsules, together with sort of a more species appropriate diet and less of these type of foods. People can also in between use a bit of lemon juice as well. That can help a bit as well, ease some of the in between hours and stuff like that. Yeah, those sort of things. But there can be other factors as well, and that's where they need to ask in terms of that. Hey, Harry, glad to catch the stream. Good to see you. Thank you, Mango. Sit through cell supplements. You need a question, you need a cue, and you need to explain. Yeah, because it doesn't happen in all people. So, question: I got a friend who's still has pretty bad dandruff in his carnivore, but still drinks beer and milk, city others, and maybe that's it. Who knows? Who knows? I used to have dandruff. You would see a whole lot of white stuff on my skin and all that. But citrulline, yeah, probably is citrulline. Okay, farting from citrulline. Um, I have heard of it, farting from citrulline. But I'm not sure what's causing it. There is a number of views that there probably is some of the actual. There seems to be some bacteria that actually can take some of the metabolites, and they can actually then do a bit of a conversion, put a bit too much arginine into the actual digestive tract and in the colon, and yeah, citrulline has a mechanistic interaction with intestinal epithelial cells. It does, but I don't think that's causing the farting at all. So I think it's bacterial related. I could be wrong, but I know the mechanism as far as um, uh, you know the cells goes, but that doesn't cause any. I mean, we need the body actually can turn arginine back into citrulline and back and forward, so it can use it in different tissues for different mechanisms and different enzymatic purposes. So yeah, but I've never heard of causing farting due to that. I think it's more likely to be something related. I know with some of the aminos and some bacteria, you can get something similar to, with sulfur amino acids, you can get a bit like some people have got sulfur sensitive bacteria that can actually cause them issues, or they just have a genetic predisposition to this sensitivity. But I've never heard about citrulline ever, anybody getting farting. So that's a new one for me. I can only think that as certain bacteria, I'm extrapolating, speculating, as certain bacteria can actually take in certain aminos, like the specific ones, which are sulfur um, types, can cause some of this sort of buildup of gas. I'm thinking there's not enough, even if you were to generate hydrogen gas, there's just not enough hydrogen ions as part of that molecule to provide those precursors for the bacteria. So even if it was doing it, it'd have to be a very different mechanism to do it, you know, because it's like with the hydrogen water, as an example, because it's putting too much hydrogen ions in, that can actually create a bit of dysbiosis and flatulence and things like that from the hydrogen water, the infusion of the too excessive amounts, which the bodies are designed to deal with a certain threshold, and that can exceed the threshold. But when I'm thinking of I'm just sort of daydreaming now the molecule of citrulline, it just doesn't have enough of those ions to be utilised for that purpose. It's interesting. I'll have to look it up. I'll really have to look it up. What could be causing it? Yeah, yeah, diving duck 9. Yeah, very interesting. I'll have to look into it. Yes, because I just can't. I think it may be related to bacteria. There may be certain strains. There may be some, who knows, some researcher that found that certain strains of bacteria utilize citrulline and cause this issue. But I'd be really interested about the mechanism. I can tell you, because it just thinking about hydrogen utilisation, not enough. It's not like the sulfur amino acids. Just doesn't make sense how it could be utilised. But yeah, interesting anyway. Yeah, on the mango. Yeah, it's hard. People lie. Just letting you know, people lie. They'll tell you they're doing one thing and they may be doing a whole lot of other things. I've found people that have been on carnivore that have been doing a lot of cheating, and then they go, "Oh, I'm doing carnivore." Yeah, with a lot of cheating. You know who you are, my good friend, don't you? I won't mention your name. Anyway, so yes. So maybe that friend of yours is doing a bit more cheating, potentially. Now, I can think of one other case, possibly it may not be exactly it could be due to dehydration. So if somebody's using a lot of alcohol and things like that and doing a carnivore diet, not really, because remember, we don't hold on, we don't have the water retention. That's actually, see, lateral thinking, my dears, lateral thinking. You're not holding on to sufficient water. You're using these cheats, beer and stuff like that, raising slightly insulin that inhibits hormone sensitive lipase. That reduces the amount of fat that goes into the bloodstream, it gets released. Less fat go to the mitochondria, less metabolic water, more dehydration from alcohol, less skin hydration, less the B vitamins loss as well, which affects skin hydration. Voila, more, what happens when you get dehydrated skin? You get flakiness. You can get an effect which is similar to dandruff. Yes, because of not generating sufficient metabolic water because you're inhibiting in a whole lot of different ways due to slightly higher insulin, slightly higher carbs in the system, blah, blah, blah. And there's your answer, potentially. So usually that's why you have to ask people all these questions, so-called noxious questions, because the devil, as they say, is in the details. Anyway, I find it fascinating sometimes. People will ask me questions and they'll come back and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot to mention this and I forgot to mention that." And I go, "Oh, okay. That just changed the whole diagnosis. Thank you." How much of 200 ppm is there in pastured milk? It's varies, and non-pastured milk. So in non-pastured milk would be in the 122 to most, like butter, because remember most of it's going to be, that's what you're using the fat. So in most of the fat, like butter and things like that, it'll be anywhere between around 120 to 123. And if it's pastured and there is no grains whatsoever, it could be anywhere between, depending on the grass that they are consuming, from the really green, dark green grasses specifically, they will have a lower deuterium threshold due to photosynthesis. So their levels should be around the 117, maybe even 116, up to a sort of 118, sort of for those sort of things. All fat, animal fat, is good for metabolic water and cellular hydration, period. The question is, are you keeping insulin to glucagon at a 1.3 to 1.5 to allow for sufficient metabolic water to be produced? If you're doing cheats, Bruno, or little things like that that are slightly bumping up insulin. You're going to inhibit the amount of fat that can be released to be utilized, which means that what happens is you're using more amino acids for sugar. And that means that's high deuterium, not as high as sugar, but still higher in proteins. So the sugar generated by that is going to be higher. The sugar generated from fat, on the other hand, when you release fat and you do gluconeogenesis from fat itself, from the glycerol backbone, that's going to be lower deuterium fat or sugar. Sorry, sugar for the gluconeogenesis, and then the fatty acids are going to produce more metabolic water. So you still don't want to be, you want to be in the lower insulin to glucagon range, is what I'm saying. So you need to be a bit more careful. So if I cheat, I need to make sure that I'm consuming a bit more water, lower deuterium water, for those reasons in that regard. Thank you so much for your advice. We'll be implementing it all. Thanks again. Not a problem. You're welcome. Yep, we've talked about the citrulline stuff we just talked about. Oh, no. Let's have more questions. But you answered all mine in the past, and now I'm healthier than ever. Thanks, Mango. Yeah, Christina was doing the same thing, and a few others were in the last live stream and all that. Most of the people now, I notice that most of my regulars just come in to say hello and stuff like that, like yourself and all that. And I'm happy that you're in a healthier spot. I actually am happy when people don't come back to me, in a sense. Just drop in and say hello now and then, and just listen because they're out of curiosity and they want to support my live streams. I noticed there were more newer people that have probably gone elsewhere and didn't get enough good information. We just got the stock standard nonsense. The body's both more complicated, but also when you understand the complexity I try to keep things simplified. My purpose of my channel is to take complex biochemistry and physiology and just explain it in plain English. I don't use terminology. I try to limit it. Sometimes a bit creeps in here or there, but I really try to limit it in that regard because I need you guys to understand why these things are happening in your body and what to do about it. So, have you heard of this? And do you know of any remedy? Have I heard of what? What are we talking about? Is this supposed to be with another question above? Did I miss? If I missed it, please put it in. Put the Q in front. Put the Q so I know what I'm dealing with. My brother has a sulfur issue. He eats a lot of egg whites and protein bars and smelly. Bart has the same issue, Bart has, I think, what was it? I had Pim actually interviewed me, last time she interviewed me, about a bit of a chat after the actual, when we finished taping, and she was sort of going, oh, God, because it wasn't the last one, it was the one earlier, sorry, one earlier, and she was sort of complaining that he had, let's say a bit more sulfur-rich foods and staked the whole place out. Well, that was funny. So, yes. So he sort of limits his taurine intake and he limits his egg intake as well and things like that because he's quite sensitive as well. So, yeah, is what it is. Just unlucky. Can skin problems like dandruff and psoriasis be due to seed oil detoxification? Yep, there can be issues there as well. True. Like we get burnt very easily, as Lukey in the previous one earlier today, it was actually saying that he's noticed that now that he goes out in the sun, it's cleared a lot of his old seed oil sort of stuff and all that. He's much better at coping in the heat without burning. Far less. He doesn't even go pinky. He's sort of, and as I said to him, I've had more deuterium exposure and seed oil exposure compared to him. So his body's going to respond better and quicker and all that compared to mine, which is going to take quite a few more years, I would suspect. I'm already a number of years into some of my protocols, a few more years to really lower the deuterium threshold in my body. It's just is what it is. It sucks to be me, but that's it. I just persevere, keep going, do what I need to do, and don't complain. But yes, it can definitely seed oils can exacerbate both conditions, and yeah, when some of this gets released, especially when you've got some people get like fat loss or like that a naturopath who had severe weight loss and then had this massive amount of deuterium that came out of his fat cells throughout his body. It created all sorts of mitochondrial issues, stiffness, and all sorts of things. And in some people, it can be expressed as dandruff, psoriasis, eczema, and all things like that. Yes. So nasty stuff. And derangements of, even excess amounts of deuterium can also cause derangements in matrix metalloproteinase. It can increase the expression of, in particular, MMP9, which is the most problematic. 2, yes, as well, but MMP9 is the key one. That if it's not properly regulated, can cause the most skin type irritation problems and stuff like that. So obviously, people take histamines and stuff, antihistamines and stuff like that, but it doesn't really resolve the problem. If you are deficient in retinol, then your psoriasis under control. I know because we've talked about it. It can exacerbate things. So I don't know what this person, what their retinol status is as well. So if it's someone else, if it's yourself, is your retinol levels good enough as well? But also, clearing out seed oils is going to cause some skin irritation, some. I'm actually quite now. Actually, if there is something that shouldn't be in like seed oil I can actually now I get irritation in my gut because I'm so desensitized, become more sensitive to it than in the past. So I realise if somebody's put something in that shouldn't have been there, I go, this isn't sitting very well. And then I usually find out later and I'm very annoyed, I can tell you. But anyway, some things shouldn't be using certain things. Difference between I've covered the ppm. It's not up to 20. It's usually less than that because animals do have, like we, have the ability to deuterium deplete. Pigs far more. That's why they have much lower, even when they're eating a lot of grains. Just lucky little piglets, they can do that. So they are far better at deuterium depleting than us or other ruminants. We're better than ruminants, but we have to get out in the sun and expose all our body, naked people, 19 parts per million per hour. So, but yeah, Indecent exposure laws do exist in countries, just remember that. You can't justify it on the grounds that you're deuterium depleting. Damn perverts. Is pork fat a good option for those who don't have access to grass-fed meat? Yes. Lard is much lower in deuterium compared to tallow, unless you're getting grass finished, and in some countries that can be a problem cost-wise as well. If you get a bucket of tallow, I know Hello Kitty got some, but it wasn't too badly priced. She gets a big sort of bucket. She's my neighbour, one of my subscribers. Yeah, so yeah, lard would be your best option price wise if we're looking at the sort of the and deuterium to price in terms of fats to use. I'm a bit more relaxed as you can see I'm sitting back. So it is 11 o'clock, so and it's good to hear. I raised one ritual with minimal for optimal range. It's probably that. Yep, it would be. And you would that would have sorted out the regulation of the MMPs, MMP2, MMP9, in particular 9. So yep, sounds really good. Yeah, that would have fixed it. I even noticed in when I was getting some skin issues, and I re-put back in a bit of because I'd gone really low on the for a while on retinol, and then I realised that I just put a bit of cod liver oil back in from Rosita, which is the only company that I suggest from Scandinavia. They've got efficacious stuff, so I used a bit of there, and I was able to prop up my levels of retinol again, which helped. So I did get some today, some cod liver. I'm going to try it. It's from Iceland. I'm going to give it a go. It's just in a little tin. There's no oil. There's no crap. It's just the water and the natural oil from the animal itself, and the liver itself. So I'm going to give it a try and see. Apparently, I got two for Hello Kitty because she asked me to pick her some up. So I've given her. She said it's really nice, so I'm going to give it a try tomorrow and see what it's like. Well, I'm working from home tomorrow, so that'll be a nice little snack in the morning with a bit of pork rind. Just combination, why not? But that'll be enjoyable. Strange mentioning hepatitis and their long-term adverse effects seems to be getting erased from comments. Yep, they are. A lot of things like that in that regard. I have done A and B in the past. No bad reactions whatsoever, whatever. So I'm not against traditional vaccines. I think we should move away from the way we do vaccines. Definitely shouldn't go to mRNA. They were bad in oncology, as I did, quite clear. Showed the research in the C19 era period back in 2019, 2020, which I was sort of going across very sharply close to the edge for the Utopia sort of regulators. Yeah, but I did cover that point about the oncology field where this technology was used, and it was disastrous. People were dying not from cancer, but side effects after 2 years. So they don't care; they just want to make money. And yes, maybe they've got even worse agendas than that. Depop, as they say. Just speculating, people. Just speculating. You know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? I'll leave it at that. My lovely friends at Google, I'm just speculating, I'm not saying anything exactly. So traditional vaccines do have some issues in the sense that they can cause some depending on the people and all that, can cause issues. But if you're looking at a population level between benefit and risk, there's more benefit than risk. That's quite clear. When it comes to the autism thing, I don't buy it, and I'll tell you why. Because they withdrew the MMR in Osaka, Japan, for 2 years, and those kids, still the rates was going up. Nothing to do with those vaccines. And the British guy who got kicked out, he was trying to peddle his own one, and he was criticising the other one in order. And then when he lost his license, now he works for the anti-vaxxers sort of coalition, whatever it's called. I think that sanitation and vaccination have helped a lot, but the problem is when you inject something in, it's coming in the wrong way. And you've got the wrong type of the immune system response, and that can create problems in people. And I think it's a really problem when the way it works. I believe we need to scrap all the old vaccines completely, including this crap mRNA, and we need to move to something like, nasal, because it goes through. It's like the natural way, comes through the mucosal layers where the T lymphocytes, the natural killer cells, attack it and actually give you much longer and better immunity, and it works the way nature's meant to. You've got a weakened form of the virus, which is coming in, and you're being exposed where you can train the immune system correctly in the natural way that it would come in a natural way. And so that is the best way. And in that way, you still get the effects of immunisation, the benefits, without some of the side effects that some people get. You eliminate that group of people, plus some other issues long term. So there are better ways. Yes, they do cost a bit more money. The nasal ones are a bit less stable. There needs to be more investment in money. If the pharmaceutical industry are prepared to do the investment because they want bigger profits and not interested in health, then government should step up, put the money. They seem to be able to find money for the next machine fighter battleship or whatever to kill as many people as possible, but they don't seem to be able to find money to create safer, better vaccinations which work in the natural way. They can make them. And so that would be a better way. And also they should space them out. Humans do not get exposed to multiple things at the same time. Why are they giving these little kids multiple amounts at the same time is beyond me. It's ridiculous. They should be spaced out. They were far more spaced out in the past than what they are today. It seems like they are the ones being irresponsible. Let's put it that way. So there's a lot of issues. It's not just one issue. It's not only the technology that's used, but also the way it's used and the way some of the policies around this are implemented. So there's a lot of issues to unravel and unpack. Anyway, I find it interesting, and I suspect beneficial that tallow can be stored solid and become liquid. You just below body temperature. Thoughts? Yeah, look, it's interesting. That's all I can say. It's interesting that animal fats can, at certain temperatures and at certain temperatures, behave completely different. But remember, these things are not floating in the bloodstream on their own just like that. They're actually inside the actual. Michael, why did you retract your message? I could read it. Anyway, that's your prerogative. I'm hoping things are going well for you. I think you said something that things seem to be going well. Yeah, well, I hope things continue. If you do have any issues, let me know. So it is past 11. I need to, so as I said, it's not something that I've really thought about in that regard. It's just, remember, fats go through chylomicrons around, then they get put into things called lipoproteins, VLDL, LDL, IDL, and LDL, and they transport around. They're not floating through the bloodstream. Okay, so there's not an issue. It doesn't really matter what temperature or anything like that. Obviously, being in a liquid form, they can actually be in the human body. They are able then to be repackaged much better, so it can be helpful in that regard. See if it's the rigidity may be more problematic for enzymes to modify, adjust, change. So it can be useful in that regard. But at the same time, um, having thoughts about fat is not something that I do in that regard. Anyway, Harry is back. Welcome back. We missed you here in Toronto. Yes, in the Socialist Republic of Canada. Anyway, I hope you guys end up booting that WEF guy out at some point. Thanks, Lilith. Yeah, it's time for me to piss off and go to bed because it's 11:09 here. So I do have work tomorrow, so I need to rack off. So we've had a long session, which is nearly 5 hours. So we'll be going on for a while. Thanks, everyone. I do appreciate it. Appreciate the questions. If I've missed anybody's question, just in the comments area, just lay it down in the comments area. If you've got any specific ailment, give me some details and context of the situation, and I'll endeavour to basically reply. If I need more information, I may ask you for an email. If I don't, I won't. It depends. So if you need consultancy, thanks, Anika. If you need consultancies, consider people like Jonathan. So Carnivore Muscle is his channel, or consider people like Barkay. For addictions, Pim is really good. That's what she specialises. She's also got support groups for people with addictions. So if you have addictions that you want to resolve and deal with, go and see Pim. Subscribe to her. Go and consult with her, and also consider she has a group of people that get together to discuss and support each other to try and overcome their addictions. So, they have a sweet tooth or something else. So do consider Pim for those options. Yes, good point there. But I suspect oils that stay liquid might be more prone to oxidation. Oh, outside, yes. Outside, definitely. This is why my father with his mother in the village, this is because olive oil didn't exist. There's a lot of bullshit. Yep, there was some production of olive oil, but most animal fats were used pre-World War II. So after they lost all the animals and they had to grow the olive oil industry and with American money. So, yeah, it's an old story, but it happened everywhere. People used animal fats. They larded because they had pigs and they larded and stuff like that. They had dairy, goats for dairy, and they had pigs for lard for fat and some of the meat. That's what they did. My father larded every year, and then they would basically render it, and they would place it under in a where they had the outdoor sort of shed, and it would be in a lower part where it was cool and dry to maintain it. So you could keep it after you rendered it out, a bit like as in the subcontinent, they now use seed oils and a hell of a lot sicker. Back then, they used ghee, which is clarified butter. You know, fantastic. Never caused an issue in that population until they moved away from clarified butter to seed oils. Now the main fat in India is 85% seed oil. That's why there's been an explosion in a whole lot of health issues. So, yeah, definitely a big problem there. Massive problem. And it's usually primary, secondary, or oxidative products. It's things like aldehydes that rip lipid membranes, the high deuterium that damages mitochondria, and so less energy produced, less ability to heal, and so on and so on. Dysfunctional organelles that don't get enough ATP to function properly. Derangements in critical homeostasis within cells, and so cells can bulge because they can't regulate their fluids properly and all that as well. When you're on a high insulin diet, that can also create a lot of due to the pressure can actually create damage to organelles that are critical in repair work. So there's a lot of complicated elements that can break down, but at the same time, there's a simple cause and effect that's driving a lot of this sort of stuff, which is a lot of crap that's been put in our food supply. Yeah, basically, those sort of organisations that you've just pointed out there are the big culprits to be true. Oil, canola oil, also, yep. The other thing with canola, especially for Northern Europeans, I don't have the problem. I don't have a salicylate sensitivity, but people in northern latitudes that may not have been exposed to salicylate foods and don't have certain genetic adaptations to salicylates can have a lot of sensitivity to coconut oil. So there are people that are doing low carb and using coconut oil and going, why am I not feeling 100%? Could be the salicylates in the coconut oil, most likely. Most do not drink coconut water. Never, never, never. In the water, the so-called milk, that water and all that, that's where most of the deuterium goes. That's how the coconut itself deuterium depletes. Remember, most of the deuterium, that's why I avoid fruit like the plague. Fruit, and that's why fructose has high deuterium, drives adiposity. So you do not want the water. It's high in deuterium. Bad, bad. Do not drink coconut water ever. So that's the thing. So keep that in mind. And there's another thing with avoid also any refinement. Refined coconut oil, refined palm oil, refined olive oil, all these, once they get refined, their deuterium levels increase. They're not at the 130 or below ppm, they blow up well over 180. They're not as high as the other seed oils, which are 255, close to 255. They're usually between around the 180 or above, but they're still higher than they should be. They're in dangerous territory, so to speak. So even refined olive oil, palm oil, and coconut oil should be avoided. When you see the word refined, Think deuterium, period. It's gone to an oil refinery. So anyway, thanks, Carnivore, for 200 days. Good, keep it up. Lost 25 pounds so far. Good. Did a high CAC. Yep, that will sort itself out. That even may go up a bit. I have made a video explaining the mechanisms, how that about the CAC score and calcification. Do Google my name and calcification, and it explains exactly what I'm talking about. So, initially, because you need to stabilize soft plaque, and then it'll clear it out. No different than a scratch gets all this fibrosis and calcium and stuff like that comes in when you have a skin lesion or whatever, and then it will clear out once it heals underneath. Same thing happens in the endothelium. As long as you're not piling on more inflammation damage to pile on more. So, or scratching it. When you're scratching it, it has to create that sort of cover and more, and can actually create, if you scratch it too much, create a lot of fibrosis, deranged fibrosis. And then when it does heal, it actually shows marks. Yeah. Something similar happens in the arteries, in a sense. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm out of here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. Please share my content around social media. Try and get a bit more traction out there. I do need it. And, there's a lot of people out there that have got a lot of issues, and I don't know about them and don't know about all of these issues. And sometimes missing the opportunity to get a better health, ultimately. Anyway, take care. See you, everyone. Thanks for being here.